It's showing obvious.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Battlegrounds. You're tuning into the DGN Master Paid Grind, where legends are definitely forged and fraggers rise. I am your caster for the day, JLo, and joining me on the mic today is the ever electric, the voice of Clutch, Josh.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? I'm back again after a while, and yeah, thank you, Jayla, for the introduction. But yeah, today we are witnessing the Deep GamerNet's master paid grind. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an ecstatic prize pool of 100,000 LKR, 6,500 MVR for you Maldivians that are joining in with us. But yeah, it's going to be absolutely ecstatic here. The first match is already underway. Uh, yeah, the playing path has been decided, and we can see straight away a fight happening here. ISSL NRC is going to wipe out. It looks like AKAZAYA, yeah. So pretty bad start there, AKAZAYA, but ISSL they will be one of the teams that will look to try and get their hands on some of this prize pool here.
That's right, Josh. So let's see who would be able to secure the first chicken early on itself. So you can see ISSL have already dominated and secured a total of 4 elimination, and we are down to just 18 teams left. So do drop your early predictions and let us know which team you are rooting for and who do you feel like might be able to secure the first chicken dinner for the day.
Yeah, so just a bit about what we are
Predictions?
witnessing today. Right, so we have a couple of teams lined up for you. We have a total of 3 days. So we are going to witness 6 matches along these 3 days, and it's going to be a total of 18 matches. So all of these teams have, pooled in their money and they have come together to form this huge prize pool. So a lot to play for along these 18 matches that we will witness. But for now, we are going to start off as we saw with Sandhawk again, having a bit of technical issues. Not sure if the production is. Yeah, we
Yep.
need to
So
get
that
back to the match.
meanwhile, exactly. So meanwhile, that is being sorted out by the management team. Um, right. So we are back in action, guys, and we are witnessing a left Skyforce over here. I feel like that there's a solo guy. Oh, sorry, my bad. Misjudged again. Right. So we got the One Blood and the Sky Forces over here, brawling it out in Sunhawk. I believe this should be around in Heartin, if I'm not mistaken. So we're still in stage 1, and we are down to 18 teams and 7 teams still alive. And here comes the rush by Mango. It is deep as 12k, and down goes one Blood with Manu and Neo taking off Anish as well. Right, so both two of the members knocked out in one room. How ironic is that? Right, so here comes Pocket Eye, and down goes Manu, securing 1 point for Skyforce. While Neo has been knocked out, let's see what Bradley and Kavya are about to do here, given that they have to somehow revive their teammate in time, or else that will be another point for the Skyforces. I believe they're trying to take an early battle on here on the sides of Painan. So let's see what Bradley's up to. Bradley's vigorously moving around to take some sort of angle towards the opposition team. Neo has been revived in time. Alright, so let's see, guys. Bradley's trying to move into a closer angle to get a couple of knocks, I believe. So, meanwhile, we also have a team right behind Sky Forces as well. So this is going to be an absolute sandwich moment, that's for sure. You can see Neo. I feel like Neo is flanking towards the other side of Painan, which Sky Forces have already done as well. So early on itself, let's see, guys, who would be able to lock in and make it out of the chaos in the first map itself. So you can see the first drop of the day, and we have already headed straight into Sandhawk, now the jungle of chaos. We all well know that. And small map, high stakes, non-stop third parties. this one's not for the faint-hearted. So let's see who would be able to rule the greenery and start the DG and Marsupate grind with a bang. Right, so we got
Now
TGRs
we
over
can
here with yeah.
Sorry, yeah, we can see over here now TGR having a bit of trouble here right now. We can see they've lost one player already in the process. You can see Drax kind of separated from his team right now. We can see some of the players trying to backtrack around, but VE Esports, Chris securing the first elimination for the team. So far, it looks like they've changed drop location. So TGR, they have to get to know this because 18 matches, they have to know, they have to get used to the team's play styles in this because they are going to be meeting 18 times here. So it's just going to be a battle of who gets to know the team strategies. The sooner the better for all of these teams actually, because they are fighting for a huge prize pool. The stakes are very high. As we can see, the fight back in Painan, Anish getting the elimination of Bradley, but Neo is trying to answer back here for OneBlood, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen that greatly for OneBlood Esports. It's going to be the last man standing here, Kavya. He's going to try and engage as fast as possible right now, rushing in with the M762. It was back and forth, but LF Skyforce, they have come back really nicely, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. LF Skyforce taking the first team elimination, and that's all they need to get into form. OneBlood eliminated Skyforce. Now that's what they needed, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of the most dangerous teams, I can tell right now itself, one of the dangerous teams in this lobby. So anyone who crosses paths with Skyforce is going to find themselves in a really tough situation here.
Absolutely, Josh. Agreed on with you on the facts of that. So we can see Skyforce were able to eliminate a team successfully around in Painan, and they are not stopping right there. It feels like they are looking and searching for more potential threats around, and we can see a lot of teams might be huddling towards Painan. And mind you, we're still in stage 2, and we are down to 17 teams. Did I just witness SDMZ esports being eliminated? Yes, I did. Right, so let's see, guys, who would be able to secure the first chicken dinner early on the stakes. And we're still down to 17 teams. The KSGB towards here securing one elimination point early on. A bad SDMZ were not eliminated with just one member that was taken off. Right, so we can see KSGB2R is sort of looking around for any potential threats that could be lurking around, and we can see and here you have it, guys. Here comes a spray against Flanky. And down goes Flanky, and with that he has been eliminated, and Panda B2R gets knocked out as well by Mad Boy. Insane fight over here out in the open field of Sandhawk.
Alright, so we can see SDMZ Esports, they are down to a two-man roster still. And now we can see RLX Tabs trying to get into some action here with VE Esports right now, but that's somewhere else. We can see ISSLNRC, they're witnessing a rotation right now. This is Madboy and Agent trying to do something. They just passed Mini, unfortunately, couldn't get enough couldn't get a spray off in time actually, just trying to see, but there we go, Venom. However, on the other side, Mini is hearing this. He gets the elimination of Agent and Mad Boy. He's going to be the last player standing right now, trying to do something with the Mirado here, trying to rotate around, trying to find somewhere safe, because wherever he goes, he is getting shots. But we can see LF Skyforce now in a bit of an issue, trying to do the rotation, and we can see Doom with the shots coming out, and a player from LF Skyforce gets knocked. So this is not a good position to be in right now off the rotation. They have to get the revive off really quickly here, because NRC will use this, capitalize at actually at this very moment. It looks like now Doom, we can see he's going to give another spray, get the teammate down really low, and Sasti, he is going to get that here. Anish goes down, and now NRC, ISSL NRC, they have the momentum in this fight here now, with Lucifer on the other side trying to make the final aggressor here, Lucifer, trying to do something. He's not aiming correctly towards the teammates. However, trying to pick up the information. He's going to be the guy that has to complete the fight right now while he gets cover from his teammates from the behind here.
Right, so Josh, so far, who's looking clean to you? Man, I've been watching ISSL and Skyforce, and they're playing like they're in a simulation. Smooth rotates, no hesitation at all.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, of the Maldivians, I have a feeling LF Skyforce will look to dominate. But talking about LF Skyforce, another team that could surely dominate is VE ISSLxNRC. They're finding it a bit difficult right now. EQC giving them a tough time in terms of this rotation. But yeah, I think in the Sri Lankan lobbies, it would be NRC and possibly EQC as well to give some tough, moments for all of these teams that are in this Team Master stage grind today.
Absolutely, no freebies on their side, that's for sure. And if you're pushing them, better pack your medkits. So let's see, we've got some movement here between LF EQZ and a couple of opponents here, and we can see Susti has been knocked out. Let's see if his teammates are able to revive Susti in time, and here comes Sky Forces for Gube. Down goes TM7 by Storm. EQZ is going against the TH7s as well. And here comes Doom straight into a rush. Let's see if he's able to connect his shots against Sky Forces. Looks like Skyforce and ISSNRC would be heading first to first. And here comes Borg, and down goes Doom by a ZBS shot, guys. Now, given that Doom is quite far away from his team members as well, now they were unfortunately not able to, and down goes Mini as well. And with that, guys, so last man standing for ISSL, Lucifer. Let's see what sort of gameplay Lucifer is about to play out here. Will he be playing it safe, or will he be rushing in to revive his teammate Susli in time? So in a map like Sandhawk, obviously you need to make sure that all of your team members are alive, and you need to ensure that you can balance it out with both your elimination points as well as your placement points. Yeah, Josh?
Yeah, definitely. Now we saw LF Skyforce bringing back the aggression towards NRC ISSL, who did give them a really tough time, but they brought it back. And that's the thing here with Sandhawk. Even in all the maps, you have to have that consistency that many of these teams will look to find early on, because, of course, like I said, this is 18 matches. Okay, so the first 6 are going to be played today, and finding that consistency in such a tier 1 lobby like this way is going to be really important. Right now we can see VETM7, they have come out of the zone rotation. They have mitigated the risk of being eliminated by EQC. But look at this zone shift, ladies and gentlemen. It's gone far to the western side. Actually, it's gone far west. Ambang Ruins is going to be in that zone, but more than that, it looks like it's more water than land. So it's going to be really tough for all of these teams to find a position. So we might just see more teams going to or actually like being eliminated or finding it difficult with the zone. So as we already can see, RLX, they're going to try and take a rotation from outside of the zone. EQC is outside the zone, and I think we just saw B2R as well struggling outside the zone. But so far, all the teams just battling the zone as of now.
Exactly. And mind you, we are still in stage 3, so the zone isn't that critical as we might think, because look at that, we have 16 teams and 54 remaining, guys. With that, all of the teams are literally brawling at one another. I mean, given that, and with that, Mavericks team has been eliminated. So, in a map like Sandhawk, it's pretty much unlike Miramar or Erangel. There's gonna be fights from every nook. You're never gonna know whether there's a snake hiding in a bush, or perhaps someone shooting you across from another end of the map, given the dimension of the map is pretty small. So you can see B2Rs over here literally dominating with 5 eliminations already. So if you take a closer look at the leaderboard, we can see Sky Forces at the very top leading with 9 eliminations, following it up with B2Rs with 5, TN7s and Def with 2, S13 TGR, VE and RLX, and EQZ with a point each. Now the rest of the teams do have more time, given that we have 47 members left. So elimination points are definite must in a map like Sandhawk. Right, so Josh, quick question, bro. Now, if you had to clutch a 1v4, who would you pick as your duo?
My duo, okay. It has to be from one team, or I can just choose two random players.
Well, you can choose two random players. Let's see what options
Alright,
you
then
have.
I would choose anyone from Skyforce and probably Lucifer.
Ooh, alright. Now it's getting spicy, Josh. Sounds like a good up for sure. Right, so let's see if Josh's
Yeah, just
specific members
the
would be
people
able
from
to join
Skyforce, they
Josh's.
have the gunpowder. Lucifer will be able.
Uh-huh. Exactly.
Oh,
I
I'm
mean, we all
lagging
know how the
connection.
Oh, right. So we obviously know how what sort of gunpowder our dearest Lucy has as well, given that he's a pro when it comes to a mini 14. Run if you see Lucy with a mini 14. Right, so you can see TGRZ Drax has been knocked out, and meanwhile we can see Luffy out here. But look at his health, guys. I mean, given that we are still stage 4, the health, I mean, is not gonna be that critical unless, of course, he can heal up, and he runs out right in the open. Unfortunately, he was not able to make it in time. So with that, guys, we are down to the last 18s with 27 alive, and TGR has been taken off as well, along with SDMZ. Alright, let's see, guys. Do drop your early predictions and let us know which team you think would be able to secure the first chicken early on. So you can see a lot of teams are huddled in ruins. Look at this, all of the teams are literally running into the safe zone, given that most of the teams are out into the blue zone. And well, the minute we hit into stage 5, that's when the critical damage of the zone is gonna happen in about just 50 seconds left for the zone to close in. Right, so we can see Vicky seems to be in a little bit of trouble here. We got the TLQ right behind them, and we got the Sky Forces right in front of them. So it is absolute chaos. Here comes a spray by Anish, but was not able to connect his bullets against his opponent. Chris, and down goes Anish by Dima. What a wonderful spray there. Right, so let's see Pocket Eye overlooking into VEs as well. And here comes Nate. Every possible utility is being thrown, guys. And Sky Forces are somehow able to conquer the area of ruins over here. Now, given that they have more advantage because they are in compounds and they have good cover as well. But the real trouble is going to come once the zone shifts into another direction. Let's see how the teams are able to play it out safely here in the first map of Sandhawk.
Yeah, we can see now VX actually make it really difficult for VE esports to go into the zone just 42 meters away. But that's going to be the game changer here. VX from the side is going to give them a really tough time. Not to forget about LF Skyforce, who have much more of an advantage than VE esports here, despite having a team directly in front of them. I think they would be able to clear that out really quickly, but it's just that VE esports, they are sandwiched from all directions. Even the players from Mafia would be able to give some shots towards this side as well. But right now, VE esports looking towards Victory X's side here, and it looks like Vicky, he's going to use his utility now or never to make his way towards the zone. Now Mafia Section 13, right, this is going to be a team inside of the zone right now, playing a 2-2 split. Nigesh with the grenade, will he be able to take the fight or take some eliminations against his former team? It looks like he'll be able to do so, but RLX make it difficult for B2R as well. And now Dilla, he's going to get knocked out. So RLX also in a bit of an issue right now. They are in open area, about to get shot up from so many angles. And right now it looks like they have to deal with B2R that is directly below them right now. TLQ Victory X, they also have a really bad position. Talking about the zone here, they are very, very open. Zombies literally crawling right now, not daring to stand up even to get the revive of his knocked teammate here, Sham, with 2 eliminations to his name. Kind of the momentum guy for TLQ, but VE Vicky, the last player standing, he's going to be able to he has to do something for his squad here right now, and it looks like nothing much is going to happen. But the Mafia Rio's perfect nade is going to destroy all hopes of VE for going for the chicken dinner. Actually, Vicky is going to get eliminated here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, 15 remaining, 5 teams left here. Who do you think it will be, Jailer, for the first chicken dinner?
Well, I'm absolutely clueless, Josh, because look at that. We've got really best performing teams today. We've got VX, S13, RLX, Def, and AT. I mean, I'm absolutely speechless because all of these teams are well known for performing really well. And let's see what sort of gameplay, what sort of strategy they're about to pull up here. So, oh my days, look at that spray over there. Perfect, perfect. And here comes a rush by DEFCON against the opposition. Down goes TLQs. Amazing. Well done. And with that, guys, team 80 has been eliminated. So we are down to just 4 teams. S13, DEF, VX, and RLX. Let's see what sort of strategy they're going to pull up here. Now, this zone seems to be out in the open as well. We can see RLX is securing 5 elimination points so far, and if you can see RLX Dilla is it sort of in the open, but then again he has his eyes on his opponents over there, and down goes one of the members right in front of him. Jeff Wolves, and down goes Theorem as well. RLXs are literally dominating the open field right now. Josh, what are your potential predictions that could happen most likely in here? Will be the S13, VX, Def, or RLXs? And speak of the devil,
Yeah, I
down
think.
goes the RLX. Oof,
Yeah,
that
there we
was
go.
hard.
RLX. Yeah, out of the match. RLX, that's a team you won out of this match. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Top 3 situation. It's going to be a 4v2v1 here that we are going to witness. S13, one player getting knocked out now. Sham trying to reply back here, but Venom, he gets the reaction and the elimination picked up by Rio. What a performance here from S13 right now. Nigesh is going to be the player that's knocked out, but right now it's a 3v1v1 scenario. And there we go. Pure Aim getting the elimination of Mari, the last player standing for DEFCON, now gone out of the match here. TLQ Hexa from Victory X is going to be the last player standing. Mafia Section 13 feel like they have it in the bag, but let's see. The game is never over until we see the words winner, winner, chicken dinner on the screen. There we go. Hexa getting the first knock. That's one of 2 needed right now, actually. Nigesh is going to be alive, and there we go. Pure Aim getting the final elimination. Mafia Section 13 taking the first match in Sandhawk. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. What a dominating performance, ladies and gentlemen, to start off the deep game and at Master Paid grind here over here in Sandhawk. What a performance. Winner, winner, chicken dinner to Mafia Section 13. What a way to start off proceedings.
Absolutely insane, guys. The first lobby, the first zone, first shot at glory. This is the DGN Master Paid grind. Let's go. Well done and well deserved as 13s. Now the champions rise when the pressure really peaks high. So let's see who would be able to bring the ice and who would melt further. So we can see as 13s were able to secure the first winner chicken dinner with so much of ease. And I mean, Josh, it was really speechless. I was sort of rooting for another team, but I did not expect S13s to grind so hardly. And boy, that was a tough one. I'm definitely taking Nigesh or either Pure Aim for a 1v. I mean, if I were to go into a 1v4. Very first question I asked you.
Yeah,
Right, so let's
definitely.
move.
That shows by the performance here. And
Of
yeah,
course.
just absolutely great performance by S13 to start things off here.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, so moving on to the winning team stats, we can see Mafia Rios with 1 elimination point, and Mafia Pure with 4 eliminations, Venom with 3 eliminations, and Nigesh with 3 eliminations. So there you have it, guys. Your winning team stats. All right, so moving on to the match summary, we got 72 eliminations, 76 knockouts, 11,805 total healing, 6 grenade eliminations, and 36 assists with 0 vehicle eliminations. Somewhat okay for a match one. Well, great start, great start. Alright, so let's move on to the next stat. Josh?
Yeah, we can see now the comparison with the 2 teams here. Vicky Victory X was able to survive until the end. Hexa unfortunately was put in a very tough situation. S13 had to dominate and show their class here. 11 eliminations for them. Same for Victory X, but however, the difference was, ladies and gentlemen, just the placement here. Chicken dinner for S13. VX held on until the second place there. And yeah, just amazing performance by VX as well to start things off. And ladies and gentlemen, what I would say is the most important thing from now is the consistency. Just show up in every single match. S13, they better not let their momentum go down because very easily a team from the other side would be able to come up really quickly. And talking about the person who would not let the momentum go down is going to be KSG B2R Scout here with 6 eliminations, 887 damage, showing up for the team when they needed him the most. And that's going to be really important here. Scout, he will have to consistently perform if he is to keep his team in the hunt for some prize pool money at the end of it all. I know it's just the first day, but very well done. KSG Scout B2R, he's coming in and showing up when his team needed him the most.
Right, so moving on to the top players of your match one. At the very top stands Scout B2R with 6 eliminations, Hexa with 6 eliminations, Mango with 4 eliminations, Pure Aim with 4 eliminations, and Sham with 3 eliminations. So there you have it, guys, your top players of match one. Let's give it up one more time for Scout, Hexa, Mango, Pure Aim, and Shams. Well done and well deserved, guys. So moving on to your match rankings for match one. At the very top stands as 13, of course, with a total of 21 points. TLQ Victory X with 17, DEFCON with 13, B2R with 12, Skyforce 10, RLX 9, ISSLNRC and TGR VE Esports with 4 points, TM7, EQZ and ANTEIKU with 3 points, and Mafia Gang with a point each. However, SDMZ, VE Mavericks, ONEBLOOD, AKAZAYA and Mafia Gang and 2D Reborn. Better luck next time, guys. We do have a couple of more matches left to play it out, so let's see who would be able to rise above the chaos. I mean, the tables could flip anytime. So there you have it, guys. Match one has already been concluded, and we will be moving on to match two, which is everyone's favorite, a wrangle. So let's see who would be able to walk away with that second chicken dinner for the day. Well, what a start on Sandhawk Josh. S13s absolutely like literally through the jungle. Their rotations were flawless and close range fights amazing and absolutely devastating. A perfect first match and a serious statement in the race for that 100,000 LKR and 6,500 Maldivian. And so, with that, guys, we will be heading on to a quick short break.
All right, guys, welcome back, everybody. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the D Gamer Net Master Paid Grind. All of these teams that you are about to witness are going to be battling it out for 100,000 LKR and or 6,500 MVR here for the Maldivians that are joining us. And yeah, it's me and JLo on the casting desk for you guys. And we're going to hop straight into the second match. We saw the first match, Sandhawk being dominated by S13 there. What a beautiful chicken dinner they were able to secure. But right now, of course, the second match is underway. We have 6 matches lined up for you, and this is going to be the second one of the day. It's going to be Eranga. And let's see, ladies and gentlemen, a slightly larger map. And of course, it's going to be slightly more difficult than Sandhawk for all of these teams because Erangel, that's going to be the most common map that is going to be played in this Gamer Net Master Paid Grind. So, of course, it's going to be really important for all of these teams to get used to the way this Erangel will go through. And yeah, we will just see the playing path here starting off right. It's going to be a north to south playing path here. Severny through to Primorsk, splitting the military base island as well. Could actually access that island very easily through this playing path. But right, as you can see, Severny to Primorsk. We'll see the first zone as well coming into play very, very shortly here. But Jaylo, what do you think is the most important thing that these teams will have to think about coming into this second Erangel match?
Absolutely. I mean, unlike Sandhawk, which is all about, rush gameplay, in a map like Erangel, placement points are quite vital because, we're talking clutch rotations, hot drops in Pochinki, and perhaps even brutal zone pulls, right? So everyone knows this map through every nuke, but only the sharpest would be able to survive it. So now, Erangel, in a map like Erangel, your strategy gets tested and your chemistry literally gets exposed. So, today, with a huge prize pool on the line, you either adapt or you get erased. Let's see who takes control of the OG map and pushes towards that top spot. So, you can see a lot of teams have dispersed amongst the northern part of the map, and a couple of teams heading towards the southern part as well. Quite a lot of teams have already established themselves in the safe zone itself, so that gives them more opportunity to not go into early fights now itself. I feel like there could be some potential clashes amongst in Rosut and also around maybe farm area and maybe Sosnoka as well. Well, not Sosnoka per se, but like 1Bs when they are about to get into the zone that is through the bridge. But then again, it's a very, very risky strategy to come through. To use a bridge to cross paths with, given that there could be teams camping around the bridges, there could be teams on the either side of the bridge. So even if you are to go using any methods through the waterway, I mean, even using a hovercraft, you gotta be really vigilant about your surroundings. So there you have, guys, your first knock. Let's take a closer view. The first blood, as of not yet, but the first knock has been established already. So we can see a couple of teams around in Kamishki and Zarki and Severny as well. But I feel like, people who... And the fights have already begun around in Quarry with TLQ and GG's, I believe. You can see NRC sort of have been spreaded amongst their team members, looting around different corners of the map. However, making sure that they are right in the middle of the zone as well. So we can see there could be some really potential clashes amongst TM7 and the VEs. They might cross paths anytime sooner. And yeah, so let's see, guys. Do drop your early predictions and let us know which team you believe would be able to walk away with the second chicken dinner for the Master Paid Grind of team. Right. So Josh, who do you think will be able to walk away with that second chicken dinner early on itself? None of the teams have actually got into a proper fight per se, but there were some knocks here and there. We can see 2D have already secured one elimination point.
Yeah, we can see definitely 2D. They are going to be potential winners for this second match here, but it's just the start here. I feel most of these teams will take about 2-3 matches now. We just saw the Sandhawk go down. I yet feel like most of these teams yet have to, get used to the lobby that they are playing in. Of course, 18 matches is a lot, and they will definitely get used to some of the strategies that these teams are going to implement here. So I'd give these teams about 2-3 matches to get used to each other before we really see who comes out and dominates these lobbies. We can definitely see Esther team is able to secure a chicken dinner, so they will focus more on keeping up the consistency, getting the consistent flow of points that eventually will be the winning factor here. We can already see Luffy picking up an elimination virtually from LF Skyforce. Is going to get eliminated, but look at that, the support from his teammates is coming just a second later. Anish gonna pick up that elimination, but Toma, he is going to get the first blood, and TGR here, they are reeling here with one player lost, but it looks like LF Skyforce, they might have the momentum actually, because they were able to eliminate the most recent here, because we can see Sage, he is going to be in the apartment side still. So yeah, not gonna catch up with his teammates here. So LF Skyforce, they are gonna grab that elimination and go straight back. So that's the strategy here, just trying to avenge the kill, because no one else really around to avenge TGR here. So we might see stuff like this happening so far. TGR is gonna understand the strategy that Skyforce used. They're gonna know not to go towards that compound, and that's the thing. Teams will still get used to each other playing in this deep master paid grind. So let's see as DEFCON, they try and take a rotation, surpassing the esports here. Let's see what is going down on the southern part of the map.
Alright, so we can see a spray going out by Demon, also being able to secure one elimination point by Roy. And with that, we can see a couple of teams have already secured an elimination point so far early on itself. So let's see, guys. We cannot really predict as to who might be able to stay ahead of the leaderboard as of now. We are given that the dimension of a map like Erangel really needs some time for them to sort of look into kills and pull out their best strategies as well. So you can see the V is sort of holding on to upper grounds here as well as compounds around mid of Pochinki and farm. Feels like VE Esports might be sort of might be able to sort of get head to head with ISSL and NRCs. And as predicted, here we have it, guys. ISSL and NRCs are gatekeeping the bridge, making it impossible for any of the teams that might have to cross into the other side of the map. We can see Doom holding on to upper grounds and Mini onto a very different location right in the corner of Ferry Pier. And so none of the teams have been eliminated so far, unlike the map of Sandhawk, obviously, given that the dimension of the map Sandhawk is pretty much comparatively smaller. So Josh, the way this zone is pulling, we might be looking at a perhaps a military bridge hold situation. You think any team's got the guts to gatekeep?
Yeah, we just saw that, ISSL NRC, they will be gatekeep the bridge here. And look at the zone. The first zone shifting towards the southwestern side, holding on to that southern area. But now we can slowly begin to understand that the southern island won't be coming into play. When we talk about the next few zones here that we can see, maybe it might go towards the bridge, might pull towards that southern side. There's still a bit of land that can potentially be the final zone, but I do not think so. It might be the mainland here and might possibly be the place ISSL NRC is holding as the final zone. That's going to be really interesting to witness here, as we can see a fight happening here now. ANTEIKU is going to be gatekeeping a Mafia gang over here, and it looks like Mafia Apex is going to get a couple of grenade eliminations at the start of the match. ANTEIKU, however, is going to reel here, with One Heda being the last player standing in this situation, looking a lot like Mafia got this eliminations in the bag. One Heda, however, trying to pick up an elimination as fast as possible, trying to pick up something for the team, because three-man roster joining in is not an advantage to start off with at all, much rather disadvantage. ANTEIKU, however, he is going to pick up one kill here, one header with the first elimination, and it looks like he is actually not going to go towards the zone here. He's going to try his best to save his teammate here, Codine. He's going to get knocked out, but he bringing in the Dacia, but no. Swaggy, however, from the other side, EQC giving a third party here, and it's going to be really, really tough for ANTEIKU to survive here. Perfect is still on the other side, but one header, he's going to weave through these teams and try and go for the survival here. We can see RBN eliminating VE Esports right now. They take an exit early on in the match. They had a good match in Sandhawk, was able to pick up 4 points here, but in this Erangel, they were able to pick up only 2. So the consistency will be needed by VE Esports in the next couple of matches that is to come. But as we can see now, RLX trying to find its way towards the zone, but it looks like SDMZ is going to hold them up here. Let's see what's going on here in George Pool area.
Right, so you can see the second team to be eliminated would be, my bad, I just misread that. Alright, never mind. So let's see MAFIA's last man standing, guys, and SDMZ Zahyu over here in his last HP, and here comes RLS Omega straight into a rush with his SLK. It's gonna be an SLK still consideration, and down goes Zahyu by a nade. A beautifully executed nade. So let's see if SDMZ Esports would be avenging the team members' death, or would they be trying to pace it out freely? Right, so we can see SDMZ eyeing on their potential threats. Obviously, the RLXs over here, and the RLXs are very, very in a very strategic position. So ambushing the SDMZ, making sure that they are not able to get into the safe zone. Other than the only option, which is that they have to sort of cross paths with RLXs. So we can see TM7s over here. So straight into a rush against the MAVERICKS, and down goes MAVERICKS, down goes Blitzy as well, and that leads to the second team to be eliminated, being MAVERICKS. Well played by TM7. So with that, they were able to secure 4 elimination points so far, leading that to 16 teams alive. And what on earth is happening here? All right. RLX is still eyeing on the SDMZs over here, not letting them go away that easily. And we can see RLXs with just 3 manpower, and likewise for SDMZs as well. Feels like they don't want to get into a direct fight anytime sooner, but then again, they don't want to really let go of SDMZs as well. Meanwhile, we can see S13s going ahead head on first with 1 Bs, and down goes Venom. What a lovely shot. Well, what a lovely nade being executed by Rios as well. And here comes another nade. We all know how vigorous Rios could be with his beautiful nades. So let's see what sort of gameplay we're about to witness. And Bradley over here. Bradley, another well-known grenadier as well. We can see 4 teams have already been eliminated. VE, AT, and down goes a grenadier, Bradley. Alright, so let's see Theorem overlooking taking control of higher grounds, and he definitely has high advantage over here with just 0 seconds left to close into stage 3, guys. This is insane, absolutely insane fight. So with just 2 members alive for 1B, let's see how they're able to play it out safely, or will they be wiped off early on as well. Absolute chaos over here. Every possible utility is being thrown. Josh, so who do you think might be able to walk away from this chaos that's right now happening over here?
Yeah, the strategy by Mafia Section 13 is really good here. Pure aim working the top angle from the mountain, make it really difficult for OneBlood Esports to actually work the roof. So it's a very nice strategy by S13. We can see the nades being used, and now again the knock comes in, and there we go. Neo is trying to reply back. He gets a shot down with the S12K. Unfortunately, he's not able to connect any more than that one knockout here. Venom goes down, but it's going to be Rio who confirms the elimination, and OneBlood, they find themselves back in the lobby after beautiful execution there by Mafia Section 13. Now we can see LF AKAZAYA on the heels of Pochinki going up against LF Skyforce. Here comes Itachi with the DBS, but however the M416 for Sage gets the better here, and LF Skyforce on a roll right now. Anish, however, is not going to survive much longer than that. LF Akasai had that in the bag. However, they lose Itachi here in a 2v4 scenario that Akasaya came into. LF Akasaya, however, are going to walk away from that fight very comfortably here. We see Maha with 2 eliminations secured in the bag already. And I'm pretty sure TM7, we saw that earlier. I think Eddie got a 1v4 against Mavericks. So yeah, I think we missed that there. We can see TM7 in the action, speak about it already. Rifa is going to come into an action here. We can see the spray coming in with the M416. He's going to get a confirmed knock over here. And now TM7 interested in the fight that's happening. And right now, Rifa, he is going to get knocked out now. And AD is going to reply back here. And it looks like this is a MAKPEN that they are going to engage with. And there we go. Rifa is going to probably be revived by Admiral here. Eddie is going to control the fight here as much as he possibly can. So yeah, I think Eddie, the momentum guy right now, 1v4 against Mavericks. Will he be able to do something in this fight? Let's find out here as Rifa gets revived.
As we can see, a couple of MAFIA's members sort of trying to take away from the fight before getting into a direct fight early on itself. But look at that, already moving out by within just 3 minutes. Clean comms or playing scared? Well, could be either actually, but I respect the pace. Early rotation saves lives or end them if they're rolling into a trap. Oh, Josh, out of curiosity, if you had to drop solo, would it be Sandhawk, Miramar, or Erangel?
If I had to go in solo, it would be Miramar.
Miramar, absolutely chaotic. Why Miramar in particular?
Because I can hide. The rain is such. That's one of my favorite maps. But talking about LFEQC, the shots coming out from Storm there. He has no regard for human life, just going in with the SDK, pumping that into the enemy team here. Right now, Tfue is going to get knocked out here. Mahu trying to reply back. But yeah, this was a fight that JLo was supposed to cast. So I'll give it back to you, JLo. What do you think of this fight right now?
Absolutely insane. And with that, down goes AKAZAYA. Perfectly executed wipeout by EQZs, and with that they were able to secure 5 elimination points. And so we can see only 12 teams are remaining so far, smoothing alive. So let's see that here comes ISSLNRCs against the TLQs. Hexline is last HP as well. And let's see if Lucifer was able to connect his sprays beautifully against Hexa and also confirming the kill simultaneously. Well done, well played, Lucifer. Right, so we can see Lucifer was able to secure 1 elimination point for ISSL and NRC early on, and we can see a fight happening over here between MAKPEN and the TM7. It's an absolutely insane, chaotic scenario right here. We're witnessing a house being barbecued, and we can see Eddie in his last quarter of HP as well. See if Eddie and Admiral are able to revive their teammate in time before they get a rush. And down to Admiral, so most likely they would get rushed by MAKPEN. So here comes Nate, every possible utility is being used, guys. And here comes the rush by MAKPEN to Eddie, and down goes Eddie and down goes Rifa as well. So with that, guys, TM7 has been eliminated and taken off. So with that, guys, we are down to just 11 teams and 35 remaining. We can see RLX is sort of gatekeeping, towards the edge of the zone, and let's see DEFCON's over here, and down goes DEFCON's last man Vimu. So with that, the GGs were able to secure 8 elimination points so far. That leads them to be at the top of the leaderboard. Well, something that we predicted early on, didn't we, Josh?
Yeah, definitely. We can see the consistency being showed by the top of the leaderboard here. S13 still surviving, and we can see them in a fight right now. Nigesh, Purem knocked out right now. Purem had the momentum, and down goes Trio now. Venom, the last player standing from Mafia Section 13. He is not with the team. He is gone somewhere. But look at that. We can see that I think the team that was there just got eliminated by a third party. So Venom, really lucky. S13, on everything working in their favor right now. Venom will get the revives of his teammates. But look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Stage 5 underway here. And we can see NRC, they find themselves out of the zone here. Doom Susti still outside of the zone. And look at the zone strength here, ladies and gentlemen. Doom just in time got that mid kick off, and Susti makes it into zone just in time, ladies and gentlemen. Stage 5 is hurting very much here. We can see GG2D. They are outside the zone and they are going to find it really difficult. In fact, the zone is going to eliminate them from this match here, right? So we are in a top 8 scenario, and we can see the remaining teams here. S13, VX, B2R, the top 3 still in play, and that was the consistency, ladies and gentlemen, that I was talking about here. It's just the first 2 matches, but they have come out here to confirm one some of that 100,000 LKR as soon as possible. Right, so now we can see ISSL NRC, they might have a fight here if they want to get into zone safely. Looks like Mini is going to go ahead and scout out the forward area. But look at this, Lucifer, more interested in the fight with TGR. There we go, Clumsy, being a bit too clumsy there, getting the shots down, and he gets knocked out. Now, Sana, however, he is going to reply back, and NRC is going to lose another player here. But yeah, lots of very hectic moments happening right now in Erangel. Still, this area all about the ridges and what sort of cover that you can possibly scrape from this type of zone. Look at the zone actually. Jero, what do you think of this zone here?
Well, would you look at that zone, guys? Partly into the water and partly into the surface area. Now, all of the teams, mind you, there's 8 teams that needs to survive. Hovercrafts, every possible vehicle is being planted across the surface level of the zone, and we can see ISSL and RC's over here with just last 2 men, Doom and Mini, trying to battle it out and play it safe here, guys. And almost all of the teams might need to huddle along one another in this rocky pathway of a patch. So let's see, guys, this is an absolute chaotic safe zone, to be honest. So TGRs, EQZs, and we can see the Mafia gangs going against one another. And here comes the zone, mind you, we are in stage 6. There's gonna be critical damage, and here comes Doom with his DBS and his last SP as well. Would he be able to get in the safe zone though? And down goes Doom, and along with B2R being eliminated as well. He comes in rescue, and down goes Tabs. And he should be able to revive Doom in time, but just a minute left before we close into stage 7, guys, which is 4 teams remaining and 9 alive. S13, VXs, RLXs, and ISSL and RCs. Now, for sure, today, S13s are built different today. The way they held down that compound in the last game and how they were able to gatekeep the current zone here as well. So let's see, S13's over here with Gesh and Rios. Here comes the spray against Mini. Mini is lost HP as well, and with just 25 seconds left for the zone closing, guys. And here comes the spray against Pure. Pure was able to make it safe still, and we're down to the 3 teams with RLX being eliminated as well, and down goes Mini. So all up to Doom, last man standing, to either play it safe or make it call a day. Let's see, guys, S13, VXs, and ISSNRC. Doom in his quarter of health with just a second left for the zone to close in. What do you think, Josh? The stakes are high. Would Doom be able to survive?
It's going to be really difficult. It looks like he's opting for the med battle really soon here. However, he fails to realize that VX still very much in this game here, but right now it looks like S13 is going to walk away with yet another chicken dinner here, because Victory X, they are not on the mainland here. If you talk about it, they are actually really down below here, and very difficult to find a way up actually towards the mainland. So it looks like S13 might walk away here with yet another chicken dinner. It was the same position that they were in here, Victory X and S13 battling it out for the second place here, but it looks like Victory X will might have to settle actually for the second place. It looks like Zombie is going to try and do something with the hovercraft, but it's not able to do much here. We can see that the hovercraft is on the verge, or actually is exploded right now. So yeah, really unfortunate. Doom is still hanging on, by the way, guys, with the med kits here. He is outside of zone for about 30 seconds now, and it looks like the zone might get the better of him in just a bit here, but we can see Mafia still trying to pick up the eliminations here. Doom still going at it with the medkit. He's down to his last one, and it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, VE ISSLNRC will not be able to survive any longer. No, he picks up another four, ladies and gentlemen. It's not yet over. ISSLNRC still very much in this game. Duo might as well just jump into the water and try and figure it out from there. But no, it looks like S13 is going to walk away with this chicken dinner. But yeah, we're just waiting for it at this point. Nothing much anyone can do here. Sham is going to go to the zone. He has four medkits to work around. Full man roster for S13. Still alive here. Yeah, the chicken dinner percentage slowly going towards their advantage here right now. Zombies about to get caught to zone again, and there we go. Finally, Doom bleeds outside of the zone. It's going to be S13 and Victory X, the final two from the previous match as well. But now Mafia, they have quit waiting around here. Purem is going to get the knock and the finish, and there we go. The zone takes out the final man from Victory X, and Mafia Section 13 back-to-back chicken dinner. Sandhawk and Erangel, they have walked in with a target, and that target was to dominate here, ladies and gentlemen. Winner chicken dinner to S13. What a brilliant performance in the first two matches to start off the Div Master paid grind here.
Right, so massive win for Team S13s in a wrangle once again, and the rotations were definitely smooth, timing impeccable, and the way they controlled the final circle, chef's kiss, an absolute chef's kiss. So that's what top tier gameplay looks like. Let's give it up one more time for Mafia Section 13. Well done and well played, guys. Nigesh, Venom, Purem, and Riors. Right, so let's move on to our winning team stats. Right, so we can see Rio's securing a total of 7 elimination points, Pure Imp securing a total of 7 elimination points as well, Venom and Nigesh simultaneously securing an elimination point. Likewise, so they were able to get around 16 elimination points in total. S13s literally dominating the first two matches, guys. Right, so moving on to your match summary, we got 72 eliminations, 84 knockouts, 12,894 total healings, 10 grenade eliminations, 50 assists, and 1 vehicle elimination. A really good match summary compared to the previous one. Right, so let's move on to the next stat, which is the head-to-head comparison between S13 and RLXs. So in terms of damage, of course, S13 holds the upper grounds of with 3,205 damage and 17 knocks, 16 eliminations, and total points being equivalent to 26. Meanwhile, RLX were able to secure total points of 12. So there you have it, guys, your head-to-head comparison for match 2 of DGN's Master Paid Grind. Right, so let's give it up for Mafia Sections 13, Mafia Rios, for being the most valued player for match 2 with securing a total of 7 eliminations, 1,201 damage, 3 assists, 8 knocks, and 494 heal. GG Mafia Rios. Right, so if you take a closer look, guys, yeah, go on, Josh.
Thank you, JLo. So we have the top players here. Mafia Rios, of course, well played, 7 eliminations, and his partner Mafia Purem picking up 7 eliminations as well. What a brilliant performance so far. GG Shan 2D picking up 5 eliminations as well. RLX Omega picking up 4, and TM7 Eddie did a 1v4 there and was able to pick up 4 eliminations. He finds himself at the top players list here in the Div Gamernet Master Paid Grind match number 2. All right, so we are going on to I think, yeah, the match rankings here. We can see S13 picking up yet another 26-point game. I'm pretty sure it was slightly less the previous match, or if it's same, I can't remember here, but 26 points nonetheless. That's a huge lead taken by S13 in just the first two matches here. RLX trailing behind 12 total for them. ISSL NRC with 9, EQC with 8, as well as 2D Reborn here. KSG B2R with 7, TLQ Victory X. They were able to only take placement points here without taking any elimination points. So they only secure 6. MAKPEN, 1 hit TKTGR, LF AKAZAYA, VE2S and Mafia Gang OG, they pick up 4 points each. LF Skyforce and VE Esports picking up 2. SDMZ Esports, X1 DEFCON, Mafia Gang ANTEIKU with only 1. VE MAVERICKS, ONEBLOOD Esports unable to capitalize in the second match here in the DGN Master Paid Grind match number 2.
Right, so moving on to overall standings, we can see S13 securing a total of 47 elimination points and VX following right behind S13, the total of 23 total points. RLX with 21, B2R 19, DEFCON with 14, ISSLNRC 13, Skyforce 12, EQZ 11, TGR and 2D Reborn with 8 each, TM7 with 7 points, VE with 6, ATs and VIP MAKPEN with 4, AKZ with 4 as well, Mafia with 2 points, SDMZ with a point each, Mavericks and 1B with 0 points. But then again, the tables may flip anytime. We do have a couple of more matches left to play out. So moving on to your overall top players so far. At the very top stands PRM with a total of 11 eliminations, Rios with 8, Scout B2R with 9, and Hexa with 6, Venom with 4. So there you have it, guys, your overall top players. Let's give it up one more time for PRM, Rio, Scout, Hexa, and Venom. Right, so what a chaotic end zone. And S13s walked right through the fire to get that chicken. If Erangel is the test of tactical mastery, well, they just passed with flying colors. So next up, we've got Miramar, the deserted island. I mean, well, a very least favorite map of most of our players. But let's see who would be able to walk away with the third chicken dinner for the day of DGN's master paid grind, and then simultaneously let's see who will be able to walk away with the 100,000 prize pool, or as in the Maldivian rupee I would say 6,500. So before we hop straight into Miramar, let's go into a short quick break. Alright, so welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the DG and Master Paid Grind, where every bullet matters. Now, every play counts, and the best of the best have gathered to claim the throne. Right, so we will be making our way straight into Miramar, the open field, and the rocky chaos. Now, you need specific patience, vision, and a trigger finger faster than your ping, obviously. One wrong rotation and it's a highlight reel for someone else. Let's see who reads the map right and survives the deserted heat. Now, Miramar, where long range fights and brutal ridges separate the good from the god tier. And with zones in this open terrain and this rough, it's not just about your gun, it's about your game sense as well. So let's dive straight into the sandstorm of Miramar. So early on, we were able to see how S13s were able to secure a streak of chicken dinners for Sandhawk as well as Erangel. Let's see if they're able to keep up with the same momentum, or would there be another team to break the streak? Right, so we can see the plain pathway has already been established, cutting paths all the way from Ladrela to Puerto, for a typical pathway. So I believe perhaps we could see some early potential clashes around Monte El Corzo, Los Leones, obviously, Chimacera, and perhaps around in Parthona as well. Right, so we can see a couple of teams heading towards Monte, I believe, and some teams heading towards Minas or either Chimacera. In a map like Miramar, well, we cannot expect early fights as much as we've expected in Erangel and Sandhawk, given that the dimension of a map like Miramar is quite vast. So it'll take some time, perhaps around in stage either 3 or stage 5, that's when the real game is about to happen. So we can see the first circle has already been established, and look at that. I don't know, it's something has to do with today's maps. All the circles seems to be closing in towards the sea area. Right, so we can see a lot of teams are heading towards the safe zone early on itself, and a couple of teams are might have to make way into the safe zone using the best strategy that they could, because obviously there's going to be a lot of teams that could most probably gatekeep around the edges of the safe zone, making it impossible for the teams to get into the zone. And would you look at that? First knock with a dagger. Let's see, so Pecado is already firing up as we speak. We can see AKZs over here overlooking into their opponents right in front of them. So we can see AKAZAYAs. Right, and here comes another knock against the KSGs. Right, so let's stay slow review. We can see TLQ has been knocked out and wiped off. And here comes another knock with a dagger. Ooh, speak of toxicity. Right, so we can see Akaza already dominating with 4 elimination points so far, and EQZs with 1 elimination point, and Perfect in his last HP as well. Right, so a lot of teams have clashed amongst one another in a map like Miramar. Well, that's quite surprising. A lot of knocks, a lot of eliminations being battled out here and there. And we can say, I feel like Manu should be easy. Right, so we can see Bradley being taken out and Neo being taken out. That leads to either Kavya or Manu to save the day. So let's see what sort of strategy they're about to pull out. I feel like Manu is not, hasn't come back alive yet. So it's all up to Kavya to save the day. So let's see what sort of game Kavya is about to pull up here. And here comes Kavya with a rush against Apex in his last HP as well. Running all the way to the DC man Manu. Oh my goodness. That was... Well, let's just pretend we didn't see that. Right, so with that, guys, first team to be eliminated would be ONEBLOOD. And we are down to 18 teams and 65 remaining, guys. Mafia gang were able to secure a total of 4 elimination points early on, but at the cost of what? At the cost of one of their members being eliminated early on as well. Right, so we can see EQZs. Oh, that is a very colorful horse. Right. Very distracting as well. Right, so moving on straight into the action. Let's see, I feel like they're heading towards that destined location, which is somewhat far, I believe. Not many loot as well. So let's see what's happening around in Los Leones. Most probably there could be some fights lurking around in Los Leones at the Pecado as well. Now, if you take a closer look at the leaderboard, we can see AKAZAYA's securing a total of 4 elimination points along with Mafia Gang VIP that leads them to be at the very top of the leaderboard. Following it up with them is EQZ's and also MAKPEN and MAVERICKS with 1 point each. Right, so we can see DEFCON's Prince has already been eliminated and taken away early on around Impala it is. Right. So Josh, what do you think? Said Miramar is your favorite map as well. Do you have any early predictions on who might be able to secure chicken dinner? Or do you think it would be S13s to keep up with the same momentum? Or do you feel like there could be another team that could break S13 streak?
Well, of course, thinking about it right now, I'd love to see S13 actually take 3 chicken dinners in a row. It will just send a message to everyone playing that all 3 maps were easily dominated by S13. That would send a clear message to everyone playing this Master Paid grind right now. We can see RLX, they're in a fight right now. Impala is not the designated drop location. They take an area around it, but right now they have come towards Impala to take some eliminations here, and it seems like it's Mavericks who are going to face off against RLX now. Tabs getting 1 elimination, but talking about RLX, I feel RLX would be one of the teams here that could potentially take a chicken dinner in this match if they are to keep the momentum up. Right now we can see AKAZAYA as well. They have landed in Pecado, and once they get a role in Pecado, they would be able to do really well. So a lot of teams actually having the potential to take this match number 3 in the bag. But I would love to see S13 actually take the chicken dinner yet again here. 3 chicken dinners in a row is going to be remarkable performance by S13 straight up. But right now, talking about X1 DEFCON, they are going to try and rotate around to a safer position, but it looks like they are not going to be safe at all. Looks like Dilla is going to be lurking around this area as well, and he's going to be the only man from RLX to be in this position. He might be giving information to his teams right now, but we can see Mari and Wolf. They will try and come towards this area as well, but it looks like they have an idea that there might be someone here, but it looks like they are going to take the vehicle and rotate around. But right now we can see MAKPEN in a fight, and this is going to be TM7 that they are going to engage against. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The only player to not get a kill, Onkel, from MAKPEN here is going to try and get this elimination of Admiral. We can see a rotation happening out over here. The UAC trying to create a distraction, but it looks like Ayo is going to actually struggle here. Onkel is going to try and get the elimination, but Ayo might look to reply back, avenge his teammates in this position. And right now we can see 18 teams remaining. This is a pretty open fight right now. We don't usually see many open fights here this early on in Miramar, but it looks like MAKPEN and VE ISSLxNRC, they are going to make the exception here. And look at that, some more rotational fights happening here. Bojubi getting into the action now against TLQ. Right now, Sage is going to get knocked out. Bojubi is going to get really low here, but he has the momentum for the team. 2 eliminations to his name, and there we go. Just like that, Victory X being eliminated in the 3rd match. Erangel, they have done well in the previous 2 matches. They were able to get some placement points as well in the Erangel, but unfortunately they weren't able to capitalize in this Miramar match. Looks like they'll have to bounce back in the next one. Here we can see Admiral getting shut down here. Last player standing. Ayo, sorry. Will he be able to take the eliminations here? Getting all choked up kind of task. What is happening here? Absolute domination by MAKPEN, and there we go. VE to TM7 sent back to the lobby, and MAKPEN getting a roll on here with 5 eliminations. So I think JLo, it looks like MAKPEN, they have a chance to come back really strongly here after finding it very difficult in the first 2 matches with only 10 points secured so far.
Absolutely, absolutely. With 100,000 LKR and 6,500 Moldavian rupiah on the line, and these teams are not playing it safe. Have you noticed that, Josh? They're literally playing savage, and you love to see it. Whether it's Sandhawk Sneaks or Miramar Snipes, tonight only one team walks away with that crown. So let's get in right into it. We can see RLX is, driving in a bus in a very mountainous terrain. Well, I'm gonna give you kudos to that. Seems like Tad's a real expert in driving a bus in an absolute chaotic map like Miramar. Right, so we got the SDMZs. Feels like they are still out of the zone, and Flanky is last HP as well. I mean, the zone isn't that critically damaging, so you could take your time off and get into the zone very patiently. But then again, you need to be very vigilant of your surroundings, because this does not mean that only you would be heading straight into the safe zone. There will be other teams lurking around as well, because they know as soon as they get into the safe zone, there's going to be a lot of teams that they need to battle it out, who might be gatekeeping the safe zone, ensuring that there's no possible entry for those who are trying to get into the safe zone very precautiously. Right, so we can see SDMZs over here with just 3-man power. Let's see what sort of strategy they're going to pull out here. And yeah, as Josh said, I feel like MAKPENs are also they might have the potential to secure chicken dinner, perhaps in Miramar. So let's see, they are playing pretty aggressively as of now. Right, so we can see at the top of the leaderboard, MAKPEN leading it up with 5 elimination points, and following it up with VIPs and AKAZAYAs with 4 elimination points, Skyforce with 3. Now the rest of the teams do have ample enough of time to. And here comes a spray by Susti against Soma. Unfortunately, none of the bullets were able to connect against the opposition. It's like NRCs are not going into a direct fight anytime sooner, with Doom being eliminated early on, which is something that we actually missed out. And here comes Jimmy straight into Sage's lair. And right, and with that he was able to secure Sage's elimination point. Secures 1 elimination point for VE ISSLNRCs. Right, so let's see guys, who would be able to walk away with third chicken dinner for your TGN's Master Paid grind. Right, so with just 16 teams remaining and 56 alive, I feel like, not many teams might have more fights, given that we are still in stage 2 and the dimension of the map is quite pretty large as well, and 16 teams are at stake here guys. So, right, a little bit of loot happening here. I mean, in a map like Miramar, obviously you need to make sure that you get the right loot. Snipers getting the right amount of scopes. And here you go, guys. RLX is going against the AKAZAYAs, securing an elimination point as well. That leads to 2 elimination points for RLXs. As it feels like they are trying to get into a head-first fight against the AKAZAYAs. Not really aware of where exactly the rest of the members are at. And a couple of sprays being connected to tabs. It's like they really need to move into a safer location, given that this is an open area. They could be easily third-partied, especially, mind you, if Lucifer comes with his Mini 14, you need to be very vigilant. He could just snipe you from any nuke, any corner of the map, especially in Miramar. Right, so still we're stagnant with 16 teams. However, the remaining count seems to be lowering each second as we speak. Right, so we can see Pasta sort of overlooking. Oh, Pasta has chosen a Mini 14 as well. I mean, we know how Pasta could be aggressive with a Mini 14. It's very similar to Lucifer. Right, so we can see with just few seconds left for the zone to close in, Sky Forces will be heading straight into the TGR's lair. And we can see MAKPEN sort of all looking into the positions over here. And ISSLNRCs may have a very peaceful time getting into the safe zone, given that not many teams are around, and feels like there could be some early potential clashes amongst RLXs and MAKPEN anytime sooner, with Mavericks is right behind their tail, and here comes Skyforces. I feel like they have already eyed on Clumsy, and here comes a rush by Toma. Maybe going straight into Clumsy, or would he cut straight? And there you have it, guys. That's Drax in his last HP as well. Unfortunately, he was able to get into a safer location, covering himself. And there you have it, guys. As predicted, MAKPEN's going against RLXs, with Sana being eliminated. See, Toma almost had it with Clumsy, who came right behind him. We're still stagnant with 16 teams, however, in a blink of an eye, anything could change. So feels like Skyforces are taking a different route, not going the same route that they've decided before. And with that, we can see Tabs taking a knock at Pasta and confirming the elimination point simultaneously. That leads to 3 elimination points. And the Skyforces, as predicted, going against Luffy as well. And Omega being knocked out, and we've just got Dilla and Tabs to save the day. So let's see what sort of strategy they're about to pull up. And here comes a rush by MAKPEN. Now Tabs and Dilla are in different two locations, so let's see if they're able to sync up and take the team down. Will it be? Oh, down goes the Augie by Dilla. Right, it's gonna be, and it's a one-man show, guys. Tabs with GBS, so here comes, and down goes MAKPEN. Tabs in his last HP as well. Absolute wipeout. Josh, that was an amazing, tremendous scenario to witness. It definitely did get spicy over there. I need that clip ASAP. That was surgical. He just deleted that time like a glitch. I mean, that team like a glitch. Now that's what separates the grinders from the gods, man. I mean, in moments like that, you either fall or you finish. Right, so with that, guys, we are down to 15 teams and just 49 remaining. And we can see RLXs have climbed up the leaderboard with a total of 6 elimination points. So let's see if they're able to keep up with the same momentum, or would S13s be able to break the streak of their elimination points. So yeah, we can see they might not have some more clashes. And there you have it, guys. TGR is going against Skyforces. Let's see what sort of chaos is happening right there. Josh, what do you think? Would it be the TGRs or would it be the Skyforces?
I think it will be Skyforce here, but let's see what goes on. Fortunately, we can see Drax getting knocked out here really quickly. Luffy is gonna get a first aid off, but I think before I speak too soon here, left Skyforce playing with a bit of a disadvantage here, playing with a 3-man squad only. We can see Anish unfortunately getting knocked out here, but the revive will come as soon as possible here. Sage unfortunately has been taken out here, and Toma is in a fight of his own. Actually not, he is fighting the same fight but just somewhere completely different. But there we go, the rotation is happening from TGR. So right now we can see a 3v3 scenario, because the player that has taken the rotation is pretty far in terms of his position. Right now we can see Bojabi trying to connect off, but there we go, the nade. Luffy with a perfect nade to take out Bojabi, make it really difficult now. Anish will have to do something. The S12K shots come out and he's able to take down Luffy, and he's able to take down Drax as well. What a switch there with the S12K. Will he be able to get the 1v3? He does get the 1v3. There we go. Just one more kill for the 1v4, ladies and gentlemen. Skyforce turning this game around. TGR is going to be down with the last place, and Jade trying to answer back here from the completely different area, and he's doing a good job here, keeping the pressure yet again. Anish is going to go ahead and pick up all the kills while he can. There we go, the third kill will come in just a bit. Luffy bleeding out still, but Jade, he has to do something right now, and there we go, Anish confirming the final kill here, and Jade, he's gonna try and escape the scenario as fast as possible. He's gonna look to survive for his team. Unfortunately, they have no points on the board, so Jade will have to try and pick up a couple of points just plainly off survival. But what a performance by Anish there. 1v3 against TGR is one for the books here, ladies and gentlemen. We can see now SDMC Esports going up again. VE Esports. Flanky, the last player standing, and right now he gets a couple of shots off. Vicky coming in, but Roy, he's going to get knocked out here. Okay, domination we can see. And there we go. Who is getting the final elimination? It's Vicky. Is it Flanky? It might be Vicky here. And yep, there we go. The final elimination coming out. Vicky getting the elimination of Flanky. SDMC eliminated from the match right now. Complete chaos happening in this area. And there we go. Team here, Mafia Section 13, scoping out the area, and suddenly Rio gonna try and take a couple of knocks here if he can. Just taking those knocks will definitely help out a bunch here, and all the team has to do is to converge. But right now we can see MVX giving some shots over to VE Esports here. Right now we can see one of his teammates getting knocked out, and I think it is going to be Chris on the other side that he was shooting at. But right now he's in a bit of a tough position. We can see a knock coming out. Chris goes down unfortunately to the play zone, and now we can see, ladies and gentlemen, the play zone playing a huge part right now in this fight. Of course, it's not yet a really small zone per se, but it is stage 5, so it's gonna hurt a bunch here. Chris is gonna get eliminated to the zone, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Mafia is just going to keep going here. Now they've eliminated Esports. Now they're shifting their focus to Mavericks. Jenna just ate up that nade, unfortunately, in the wrong position at the wrong time here. Now Asia trying to reply back. This is Mafia again giving complete domination here. This is the team in form, and there we go, back-to-back team eliminations for Mafia Section 13, taking down 2 VE teams already. And now we are going over to this side here. Mafia again with, I think this is another Mafia team here against ISSL NRC. Right now, Lucifer is going to get knocked out. Susti and Jimmy is going to find it really difficult. They are low speed. Jimmy gets the first aid off, and the revive might come any second now here. It's just Mafia domination all throughout here. Every corner of the map, you just see Mafia taking knocks, taking eliminations. But right now, in this situation, we can see LFEQC coming to give the third party. Apex is not going to make it any easier. He's going to try and make his way into some eliminations here. As we can see, VE NRC, they will try and take these eliminations. The grenades are going to come. Apex is going to go forward here. Swaggy from EQC giving some third party over to Mafia gang on the other side. But look at that, Apex is going to rotate out in towards the zone, and so is ISSL. So far 9 teams remaining, everyone converging inside the zone. It's going to be an open area fight here. We can see right now AKAZAYA, Itachi is going to try and do something here, but he's not going to be able to. The third party is in the open area, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be complete chaos here. Jailer, what are your thoughts on this zone?
I'm just mind blown, mind shook rather. Now, would you look at that safe zone? I mean, it is an open battlefield. Almost all of the teams are huddled to one another. I mean, that team DIP Mafia has been eliminated as well. And we've got ISSL's 2 men standing over here with a total of 6 elimination points as well. So it feels like, they do have the potential to secure the chicken dinner as well. But then again, just a minute left for us to close into stage 7, which is gonna be super critical. And let's see if the teams are able to make it into the safe zone before the timer runs out. And with that, Team Skyforge has been eliminated as well. So we can see EQZ is eyeing onto ISSL and NRCs over here. Now I am facing a little bit of technical issues over here, but Josh would definitely do the honors on behalf of me to keep the heat up in live.
Yeah, alright, so we can see, just as Jello said here, just the open area is going to be really tough for most of these teams to come out here and dominate. We can see Jimmy, he's going to be taken out here. Just Mafia everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. It's just everywhere. Jimmy is going to be the person knocked out. Lucifer is going to take the revive as soon as possible. But we can see RLX trying to help out ISSL NRC. Well, not literally, but they are going to keep the pressure here because in reality, Mafia is going to be the team that has the disadvantage, but not anymore. Look at that. Jimmy is going to take now the revive of Lucifer back and forth here. Mafia getting the knocks here, but Satu, he's going to take that advantage, but and go and see if he can do something over in RLX side. But no, he's not worried about RLX at all. He's worried more about the open field, ladies and gentlemen. Now we can see Mafia gang. They are going to try and try and take the center of the zone as fast as possible, but it looks like EQZ has done that. There we go. ISSL NRC have been eliminated out of this match, and there we go. The victors of the previous two matches, S13 out of this match right now. I'm pretty sure. I think the technical issue is fine. Even I had the blurry screen for a second. So, JLo, what do you think
Exactly,
of the
yes.
open area field?
Oh my god, it's so insane with just three teams left, RLX, ZQZs and Marcia. So let's see who would be able to walk away with the third chicken dinner for your map of Miramar. So we got EQZs over here. Now obviously EQZs definitely have the advantage here given that almost all of their team members are still alive. Meanwhile RLXs are having a duo and Mafia are having a just three manpower over there. So let's see what sort of strategy we're gonna see out here. And here you have it, guys. Two. Wow, would you look at that? One nade and two knocks. Absolutely mind blowing. So last man standing, and down goes Shizo as well from Mafia again. So we are down to just two teams, RLX or EQZ. Do drop your early predictions. Let us know which team you are rooting for and should be able to walk away with the third chicken dinner for the day. Here comes Storm, but they're literally being aggressive against the RLXs, and there you have it, guys. You're winning your champion of the match, LFEQZs. A perfectly executed, aggressive gameplay by EQZs. Well done. That was a definite wipe over there. Perfect flank by Storm, and just one peek, and they were able to get RLX wiped away. So there you have it, guys. Your winner chicken dinner for the third map of the day. Let's give it up one more time for LFEQZ. Well done and well played. That was a definitely tough one, wasn't it, Josh?
Yeah, definitely EQC just coming out here now, ladies and gentlemen. Will we see more dominant Storm with 5, perfect with 0, but doing his task for the team? 717 damage by him. Eliminations for Tifu is going to be 4 of them, and Revo going to pick up 1 as well. Wow, what a performance. Perfect just going at it here. Probably had the most difficult task for the team, getting more damage than everyone else. But yeah, unfortunately, couldn't pick up more eliminations here. But yeah, are we going to see a new team dominate this D Master Paid grind here? LFEQC picking up the Miramar Chicken Dinner. Now we got 71 eliminations, 78 knockouts, 10,407 total healing, 6 grenade eliminations. So we can see grenade eliminations are plentiful here. 39 assists and 4 vehicle eliminations, even with the very difficult terrain of Miramar. Still, some vehicle eliminations were able to be secured by the teams here. Head to head, EQC RLX, we saw the final battle. EQC was just able to, absolutely dominate RLX there by the last zone, the rotations. Maybe just like a WoW match, we saw a 4v2 scenario there. EQC was just able to take all the experience they have and implement them on the final battle here against RLX. But yeah, 10 eliminations hand in hand for both of them. It's just EQC. They were able to pick the chicken dinner they were able to pick the chicken dinner while RLX got the second place. And talking about RLX, they are going to produce the MVP of this match here. 7 eliminations, 1020 damage, 1 assist, and 6 knocks with 293 heal. It's going to be none other than Tabs, who is the MVP of this Miramar match.
Right, so there you have it, guys. Your top players for DGN's Master Paid Grind Match 3. At the very top stands Tabs with 7 eliminations, Anish with 5 eliminations, Storms with 5 eliminations, and T4 right behind him with 4 eliminations, Lucifer with 4 eliminations as well. So there you have it, guys. Your top players. Let's give it up one more time for Tabs, Anish, Storm, T4, and Lucifer. Well deserved, guys. So moving on to your match rankings for match 3, at the very top stands EQZ with a total of 20 points, RLX with 16, Mafia Gang 12, ISSLNRC and Skyforce with 9, S13s with 7, MAKPEN and 2Ds with 6 each, AKAZAYA and Mafia Gang with 5, Mavericks and VE Esports with 3 each, TGR and ONEBLOOD Esports with 1 point each, SDMZ, KSGB, 2RV, Team 7, ANTEIKU, DEFCON, and Victory X. Good luck next time, guys. We do have 3 more matches left, so let's see how the tables could flip anytime. That's moving on to your overall standings. At the very top stands S13, having a huge gap of with RLXs securing a total of 54 points, and RLX following it up with 39 points, EQZ with 37, Skyforce with 27, B2R 24, VX 23, ISSNRC 23, Mafia 21, DEFCON 21, 2Ds with 21, V is MAKPEN with 16, AKZ with 15, TGRs with 14, VIP TM 7 with 13, AT and Mavericks is with 10, 1B 8 points, and SDMZ with 7 points. So there you have it, guys, your overall standings so far.
Yeah, just absolute domination by S13 to start off. A 15-point lead straight away. There we go. Overall top players, Mafia Rio with 10 eliminations, overtaking his buddy Pure Aim with 11 eliminations. Tabs find his way on top of the top players list here, 9 eliminations to his name. Scout with 9 as well. And there we go. The Maldivians showing their class here. Anish is going to come in with 7 eliminations here for LF Skyforce. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, the top players in this Deep Gamer Net Master Paid Grind. And there we go. It looks like we are getting to know who the players to watch out for will be in the coming few matches. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway through this paid grind here, and this is just the first day. So, right, we saw S13 back-to-back dominations with match number 1 and match number 2 in the bag, and now we just saw EQC coming into the action with a beautiful chicken dinner in Miramar. And ladies and gentlemen, we are not over yet. We're just getting started with 3 more matches here, Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel again. But yeah, so far, if you're joining us now, don't worry, guys. We have more action lined up for you. It's been me, Josh, and JLo on the casting desk here. We're going to take a short break, guys. If you haven't already, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and let us know your predictions for day 1. But for now, we'll be right back. I think, yeah, technical issues are fixed. I think Jailer will join with us shortly here, but yeah, so far we can see the fourth match underway here. Erangel is now underway. We can see the playing path going in from Nova's side all the way towards the western side of the map, and it's going to be a very southern zone here. So we can see most of the teams opting to go towards the southern island, but now we can see that the zone has actually gone a bit towards the northeastern side, where the eastern side is a bit more. We can see the zone is centered around, but just a bit more northern, because we can see that the southern island isn't going to be much to play. But right now we can see LF Skyforce in a bit of a trouble here right now. But no, we can see Sage completing a beautiful 1v3 here. LF Skyforce to get the eliminations of one blood here, and beautiful 1v3 there by Sage to get the eliminations, right? So now we have gone over to ANTEIKU, who have joined with only two-man roster here. Is going to be really difficult for them, because yeah, two-man roster is not an ideal way to join into actually a paid grind that has a prize pool of 100,000 LKR. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. If you are joining us right now, you are watching the Deep Gamer Net's Masters paid grind here. It's going to be the Erangel match number 4 that you are witnessing. And right now, we're just talking about Anteiku and how much of a disadvantage they are at right now. Joining in with only a two-player roster, it's going to be a bit difficult, because all of these teams are playing for a huge prize pool. 18 matches, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a very
Right, guys. So we are back in action, and as you can see, Mavericks are holding over in Milta, and they have already secured 2 elimination points so far. And we can see ATs over here, not quite aware as to where the rest of the Mavericks members could be, and we can see DEFCON's right here as well. So let's see, guys, who would be able to walk away safely from the chaos that's about to take place in Milta. We've got 3 teams, 80s, Mavericks, and the Defcons here. So we can see Prince already eyeing onto the Mavericks, and I feel like the Mavericks are not quite certain as to where the Defcons are at. But then again, the Defcons, oh, right, and here comes a nade, so they were quite aware. Right now, the Defcons, I feel like they might really need to play it safe, given that they just have 2 members alive. And if they really want to need to stay ahead of the game, of course, they might need to really look into different other strategies they could approach. So let's see, guys. Now, if you take a closer look at the leaderboard, we can see at the very top stands Skyforce with 4 elimination points, and following top with Mavericks 2 elimination points, and the 80s with an elimination point. And here comes a spray by Code 9. Unfortunately, only few of the spray bullets were able to connect to Vicky. Right, so let's see. I feel like, almost all of the teams are kind of pressurized here with just not 2, but now 1, 3 teams huddled here. And last man standing for Anteiku here. Not quite certain as to why rest of the members were not here, but then again, let's see what sort of strategy Code 9 is about to play play it out here. But absolutely love the confidence of Code Ein, given that he's the last man. He's not backing up. He's not trying to play it safe. He's gonna take the challenge on face to face. So we got Asia sort of overlooking into where the opposition could be, and here you go, guys. A couple of bullets actually connecting to Coid, but again, he needs to be really. Ooh, look at that, guys. Let's see if he's able to connect it. Well, decides not to use it again, and we can see Code Ein sort of aware that he is being eyed spot on by the Mavericks' opposition to him. So, Josh, over to you.
Right, so we can see ANTEIKU unfortunately joining in with only a two-man roster here. Last place standing, Cordine, he has to do something for his team if he is to keep the momentum going for the team right now, because we can see ANTEIKU, they are actually in a very bad position here. 10 points just in 3 matches so far. They've picked up 1 point in this match only, but they will want to try and keep the momentum going as much as they possibly can and keep the consistency, because, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in right now, this is going to be the first of 3 days that we are going to have right now. We can see Cody, he is going to get a knockout here. Asia almost getting eliminated there. He might bleed out there, and there we go. Cody securing an elimination. Asia is going to bleed out. The support from the Mavericks is not coming in at the right time here, and now they are down to a 3-man roster here, about to deal with X1 DEFCON here, try and eliminate them out of the match, because playing with a solo man behind you is of course going to be a real pain. But right now what they have to do is try and get those eliminations secured from DEFCON at least as fast as possible, because we can see already Chris and his squad here from VE Esports on the other side. They are going to be very interested in what is going on over Milita. But right, we are moving up towards the other side of it. As you can see, MAKPEN can confirm an elimination here of TGR, and there we go. The elimination just getting confirmed. Clumsy, unfortunately, he's gonna bite the dust really early in this 4th match here in the Wrangle.
Right, so MAKPEN was able to deliberately secure an elimination point, and we can see Code Ein still, and look at that, guys. VE coming right into the layer where the chaos is actually happening. So we can see 4 teams in Milta. It is absolute chaos here at Milta. 4 teams huddled to one another, and all of them looking to score some elimination points early on itself. So we're still down to 19 teams and 68 alive. Let's see who would be able to walk away from the chaos that's about to happen in Milta. So let's see if Code Ein would be able to secure more elimination points, or is he trying to play it safe? Feels like he is ready to take the early fights on. He is very fearless, and he seems to be very determined as well. Right, so not much is happening. Let's see, let's take an outskirts view, and we can see VE sort of taking ahead into just one corner, and we can see Chris getting into his vehicle. Sort of, I feel like he's gonna flank towards the right or the left, most probably into the right. And we can see now the Mavericks are right in the middle of the chaos. It's an absolute sandwich moment for them, regardless, not knowing that Code Ein is there. Here comes the rush by Vicky. And Code Ein, okay, right. Let's see, guys, who will it be? VE's, or will it be ANTEIKU's last man, Code Ein? So Roy is sort of aware that there should be someone in here. He is literally using all his utilities over here to sort of look into any potential threats. And here you have it, guys. Now they are aware that where Code Ein is at, and down goes Code Ein along with the Ma as well. So last 3 men standing for with ANTEIKU being eliminated early on, and we can see Roy being knocked out as well. And we are down to just 18 teams and 65 alive, guys. Let's see if the VE Esports will be rushed by the Mavericks. It seems like not. Seems like not. Right, so now this is absolute chaos, guys. Mavericks is right in the middle, and towards their right side we got the VE Sports, and to their left we've got the other opposition team. And as you can see, TM7 is going straight head on to the S13s over here. So let's say it's gonna be a 4v4 situation, guys. Will it be the TM7s or will it be the S7s? Now we know both of the teams are very well known to play very aggressively, and their gun powers are absolutely insane. So let's see, guys. And here comes TGRs against the SDMZs as well. Mind you, we are still in stage 2 of the zone, and almost all of the teams are getting into fights. And this is a perfect textbook example of how a paid should be played out. So let's see, guys. I feel like TM7s are sort of not really bothered to rush right into the layers of the opponent. S13s, and here it is, guys. With that, the team DEFCON has been taken out early on, and the Mavericks were able to secure 5 elimination points so far. That leads them to be at the top of the leaderboard. But hold up, hold my cup of water. They are not done yet. Here comes VE Esports right into them. Here comes a rush by VE Esports against VE Mavericks. So let's see, guys. It's a VE versus VE situation. Let's see who's gonna play it and make it out safe out of here. And meanwhile, we can see TM7 going against the S13s head on head first as well. This is absolute chaos. What do you think about it, Josh?
Yeah, right now absolute chaos happening here in Milta. Right now we can see Asia going down, Jana and Vicky Sir going to be the final 2 players alive in this situation, and right now it's gonna be Chris and Vicky to close things out here. Roy on the other side, however, is going to give some shots here and confirm an elimination right now. So it's going to be yeah, just absolute domination right now. Chris with the opening elimination, and right now Roy, he's going extremely past Vicky, and I don't think he knows that Vicky is lurking over there. So right now Mavericks really weird strategy that they have implemented right now in a fight. They are just camping it out and not giving any information on to where their whereabouts may be. And this is some teams' strategy, guys. You can't change it. You can't ask them not to camp. They can do that, but this is just playing smart, guys. If they are able to take eliminations in this way, they might just be able to do so. But right now, Roy, he has to watch out definitely, because Vicky Sir can jump out and attack at any time. But for moving towards the shelter area, we can see a lot of open area fights right now. There we go, Vicky getting the knockout of Jana, and there we go, Chris getting the elimination as well. And right now, if I'm not mistaken, the last place standing, Vicky has to do something, and there we go, he's spotted out by Chris. Couldn't stay hidden for much longer there. There we go, VE Esports up to 4 eliminations now. It's Chris's job and his definitely his teammates' job as well to keep the momentum, to keep the consistency going if they are to come up out on top here in the first day as well. Getting a start on the first day is very, very important to all of these teams, and one of those teams that will be looking for a good start will be VE to SDMZ right now, because they are still struggling on the 12th spot after 3 matches. But right now they have secured 5 points already, and they are looking to capitalize on those 5 points as much as they possibly can. But right now, as we can see, the zone shifting up, I think towards the northern side here, 720 meters for most of these teams to get into the zone. We can see some action happening on the south side farm area as well. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting when we see all of those teams rotate into zone, and it's going to be really interesting to see, because we can see now S13 has been eliminated in this first match. So will we see the teams that have a gap with S13, shoot up, considering this match that they are playing right now?
Well, that is a huge concern. But then again, we've also got our previous victors of the map, of course, EQZ. So let's see what sort of strategy they might be sort of implementing to play it very aggressively towards the end. And you can see Victory X is over here. What on earth is happening here, guys? S12K versus S12K, and down goes Victory X's by KSGB towards a really good wipeout. But then again, the fight is not over yet. Here comes the TM7s right into KSGB towards layer. So speak of third parties, absolute insane. And which is Panda, and here you go guys with this Hesh. Last man standing, and down goes Hesh as well. So that leads to the end of KSGB to our TM7s rising above it all with a total of 7 elimination points so far. That gives them to stay ahead of the game as of now. The AKAZAYA is going against VE ISSLNRC over here. Which is 3-man power and 3v3. It's gonna be a 3v3 situation, guys. Seems like AKAZAYA is a sort of flanking towards a different angle to get a clear view on the ISSLs. So, but then again, they need to be very vigilant about their surroundings, given that they are, after all, in an open field area. They could get easily third-partied or maybe even fourth-partied. They're just never gonna know. Right, so let's see. We've got the GG2Ds over here, and look at that. They're right in the middle of a sandwich moment, guys. Last man standing. We got Illa. Let's see if what sort of strategy Illa is about to pull up here. And we got the TGRs here and EQZs, the previous map's victors. EQZs are literally having a proper zone rotation here, so we can see they're overlooking into somehow secure another elimination point, sort of rushing straight into GG's, but not as of yet passing on communication as to how many there could be, because they could not be certain. And here comes RLXs. Let's see if RLXs are coming straight into the fight, but what is happening here? Spray coming by EQZ Swaggy. And RLX is going straight into AKAZAYA's layer as well. Stab's getting a couple of knocks here, but he's not able to secure an elimination point as of yet. So Tabs, just one solo man standing here against the MAKPENs. Absolute chaos, and here comes Tabs into DBS, and down goes on kill as well. Let's see if Tabs is able to do a one-man show over here, guys. Would he be able to give us a perfect 1v4? And down goes Tabs as well. Where are his teammates is the question. And finally the teammates do arrive, but then again not at the right time. Down goes AKAZAYA by TGRs, and here comes nade to nades, guys. Will Omega be able to connect the nade against Augie, or will Augie be able to connect the nade against Omega? More Molotovs, more utilities being thrown. Last man standing. Augie, let's see what sort of strategy is about to pull up. RLXs definitely came to avenge Tabs' death. Augie in his last quarter of HP here, guys. Let's see if Augie would be wiped out, or would he be able to give us a perfect 1v4? And down goes Augie, guys. So that is the full stop scenario for Team MAKPEN, and with that RLXs were able to secure 5 elimination points. Mind you, we are still in stage 4 and we are already down to 11 teams, which is 30 alive. So back in shelter, we can see Skyforce is sort of holding it down here, but then again, they need to be very vigilant, given that they do have another team right behind their tail, and they need to somehow make way into a safer location. Now, moving on to RLXs with just 2 manpower over here, just Sana and Omega. Let's see what sort of strategy they're about to pull up here. And here it is that Vicky is being absolutely sandwiched over here. Vicky, the last man standing. Let's see if he's able to revive his teammates in time, or will it be the end for him? And well, I was mistaken. Here comes Roy as well. We quite forgotten that Roy existed here. It's SDMZs have been eliminated, and we are down to just 10 teams and just 29 remaining. So Josh, who do you think might be able to walk away with the 4th chicken dinner?
Yeah, it looks like TM7, they do have a nice chance here. They do have Fullman roster still alive right now. The push is coming in. Roy, unfortunately, here he's not going to be able to do as well as he thought he would be able to. But there we go. The elimination. Chris goes down and Roy also gets eliminated, leaving Vicky to fend for himself. And look at that. Scraggy is going to get knocked out here, but the support from Perfect is going to come out. And I think Vicky is going to be in a very, very tough position here. And right now, the rotation or the kind of strategy by EQC, they are going to use is try and distract Vicky as much as possible, while the other two try and pull nades.
and take the final elimination. They will definitely want to do that here, and actually they are opting out not to, and this allows Vicky to actually go and take a vehicle here, which can actually make or break the game that he's playing right now. We can see a VE E2STM7, everyone having an elimination each here. 3 for Ayo, so he's going to be the momentum guy for the team. But right now, it's going to be VE E2STM7 that I think has the highest chance of taking a chicken dinner here in this fourth match. Erangel, their position and their manpower and their gunpower as well is going to play a huge part in what actually happens here. Other than that, if the zone helps them out, they would definitely have a really nice chance of getting the chicken dinner. As we can see, 8 teams remaining now. Most of the teams trying to find their perfect position in this type of zone. It's going to be really difficult, so because it's going to be separated between high and low ground, and as well as dips that VE E2STM7 have secured really nicely. It's going to be a lot more difficult. And now we can see LFEQC crossing paths with Vicky once again here, but Vicky, he is going in towards a very dangerous spot here. Not a lot of free space for him to work around, and I think he is going to meet up with AKAZAYA and Maha. Who gets the final elimination? Vicky goes down, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen, top 7. As you can see, the stage 6 zone is going to present itself, and we can see VE E2STM7, unfortunately, they find themselves outside of the zone, but they are going to try and get the eliminations. As you can see, Rifa picking up yet another elimination from this side, Eddie getting another knock, and this is Mafia finding it really difficult. Now we can see Ayo focusing his attention on the other side. We can see LFEQC with a full man roster, and that mate was really close. Oh my goodness. We can see that Koma as well from LF Skyforce trying to do something here, keeping their position in the zone. And there we go. EQC is going to take this moment to break through, break into the zone as fast as possible. The push is going to come in. What do you think will happen here? What do you think, guys? Drop your thoughts down below in the live chat. Who do you think will win this fight? Will it be LF AKAZAYA struggling with a 2-player roster, or will it be LFEQZ here, LF organizations here in the battle, and Maha picking up an elimination here, 3 for her.
Speak about girl power. There you go. So AKAZAYA were able to secure a total of 6 elimination points, and with that, team TGR has been eliminated as well. So that leads to just total of 6 teams remaining and just 16 alive. So we are heading into stage 7 of the safe zone in just 13 seconds left, guys. ISSLNRCs are definitely in absolute chaos given that they are in the open field. Now EQZs, however, are in a really perfect spot given that they have the compounds as to cover, but then again they really need to be vigilant of their surroundings. So ISSLNRC, let's see, just 2 manpower over here overlooking the TM7s as well, and with that team Mafia has been taken down. So we are down to last 3 teams, EQZ, ISSLs and AKZs. Let's see if EQZs are able to keep up with the same momentum, or will they be eliminated early on. So with that, guys, the team who was dominated early on, with the TM7s have been taken off as well. EQZ is rushing straight into AKAZAYA's layer over here, and the last man standing for EQZ is Tifu, being able to revive Storm in time, and with that, guys, team AKAZAYA has been eliminated. So ISSLs versus EQZs, let's see, the stakes are high. Now obviously EQZs are having a more advantage given that they have three of their members alive, and whereas ISSLs just have 2 members. So will it be a 2v3 situation, or will it be a 3v2 situation? We are awaiting to see what sort of scenario we're gonna witness here, but for sure it's gonna be very chaotic. So in just 3 seconds left for the zone to end closing to stage 8. Let's see, guys. TM7, ISO NRCs have already secured themselves into the safe zone. That gives them more advantage as well. Let's see, QZs might be able to get into their vehicles and get in safe to the safe zone as well. So right, with just 8 seconds left for the zone to close, the straight against EQZ, and Storm in his last HP as well. It's an open field battle, guys. Do drop your early predictions on the live chat below. Let's see, will it be the EQZs or will it be the ISSLNRCs? Utilities are being thrown. Here comes a nade. Let's see if the nade is able to connect any of the EQZ members. Another nade being thrown over, however, was not able to connect either of them. And down goes by a lovely executed nade by Doom. And down goes perfect as well. So I believe it should be the last man standing for EQZ. Let's see, with just 20 seconds left for the zone to end closing as well, guys. Let's see what the strategy Tifu is about to pull up here. Last man standing, Tifu. Here comes Doom breaking through the rush, and down goes Tifu, guys. Beautiful executed chicken dinner. The champion of the match will definitely go to ISSLNRC. Well done, guys. Well deserved. Comeback moment or what, Josh?
Yeah, definitely ISL NRC, but props to EQC for keeping up the momentum. Victors of the previous match unfortunately couldn't capitalize on the last zone. They had the man advantage, but ISL NRC with Doom and Lucifer to finish things off here, they were able to produce a chicken dinner here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the teams are getting settled here. ISSL NRC have gotten used to the lobby, and they are now beginning their domination here, as we will see. So far it's just 4 matches, ladies and gentlemen, but ISSL NRC, they have come out here in the 4th match and begun their domination. Doom with 3 eliminations, Susti with 0, Lucifer with 5, and Jimmy with 0. So it's definitely going to be Doom and Lucifer's match here that they have dominated so far. But yeah, really nice carry by Doom and Lucifer here to get the chicken dinner in this Deep Gamer Net Master Paid Grind. The match summary: 72 eliminations, 84 knockouts, 9,979 total healings. So the healings going down after every match. 14 grenade eliminations. That's probably the most that we have had so far in a match. 42 assists, but 0 vehicle eliminations. So no one had the road rage here in this 4th Wrangle match here.
Absolutely. So let's move on to the next stat, being your head-to-head comparison between ISSL and NRCs and TM7. So in terms of damage, of course, TM7 holds the upper hand with a total of 2,362 damage. In terms of knocks, being 12 for TM7 and 8 for ISSL and NRC. Elimination-wise, once again, TM7 scoring 11 and 8 for ISSL and NRC. And total points, however, favoring for ISSL and NRC with a total of 18, and TM7 leading with 15. So there you have it, guys, your head-to-head comparison between ISSL NRC and TM7s. So moving on to the next stat, we've got your most valuable player for match 4. We got EST Sage from Skyforce with a total of 6 eliminations, 1,034 damage, 1 assist, and 7 knocks with 442 healings. Well done, EST Sage from Skyforce. Right, so moving on to the next. We've got a top players for match 4, leading with Sage, of course, with 6 eliminations, Lucifer with 5 eliminations, EQZ Tifu with 5 eliminations, ARU with 4 eliminations, and Mahu with 3 eliminations. So there you have it, guys, your top players for match 4. Let's give it up one more time for Sage, Lucifer, Tifu, ARU, and Mahu. So moving on to your match rankings for match 4, at the very top stands ISSL and NRC with a total of 18 points. TM7 with 15, EQZ is 13, Skyforce 12, AKAZAYA with 11, RLX with 5, Mavericks 5, VE 5, KSGB 2R and 1 hit, TGR with 4 points each, GG with 3, MAKPEN and MAFIA Gang, ANTEIKU with 3x with 2 each, MAFIA Gang with 1, SDMZ, S13's ONEBLOOD and 1 X1 DEFCON. Better luck next time, guys. We do have 2 matches left. So moving on to your overall standings, we can see S13's leading with 54 points, and EQZ right behind them with a gap of 4, which is 50 points. RLX with 44, ISSL NRC with 41, Skyforce with 39, TM7 28, B2R 28, AKZ with 26, VX with 25, 2Gs with 24, Mafia 23, Def and VE with 21, TGR and MAKPEN with 18, Mavericks with 15, VIP with 14, AT with 12, OneBlood with 8, and SDMZ with 7. So there you have it, guys. Your overall standing so far.
Yeah, now we're
Right.
going over to the overall top players. Overall top players. We have Tabs MVP with 11 eliminations, leading the pack here. Rio with 10 eliminations. ISSL Lucifer with 10 eliminations as well. Mafia Pure with 11, and LF Storm EQZ with 9 eliminations so far. So yeah, Tabs leading the pack so far. But we can see the overall top players slowly changing after each match. So we can see even in the overall standings, the teams that have created a gap, unfortunately, they're lacking behind right now, and they're allowing the gaps to be filled here. As we can see, 4 matches left already, but the stakes couldn't be higher. We just have completed 4 matches out of the 18 that we have for you. This is just the first day, ladies and gentlemen. Match 5 is going to be another Miramar coming at you in just a bit, guys. We have to get the players ready for that as well. So far, ladies and gentlemen, have we all not been entertained? S13 to start us off with back-to-back chicken dinners. EQC coming in, and then EQC being overrun by ISSL NRC in the latest Erangel match, guys. If you all have just joined, we are also just starting here. Just 2 more matches left to cap off day 1, ladies and gentlemen. Miramar will be the next match here, and it's going to be one before the last. So of course, it's going to be a table turner map here. We'll definitely see the top players in the match rankings definitely try and fight for a top 3 spot here in the first day. But yeah, all that to be seen here in just a bit, guys. We'll get the players ready for you. Don't go anywhere, guys. If you haven't already, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and leave your predictions in the live chat below. We will be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the DGN's Master Paid Grind. So, we will be dropping straight into the battlefield that started it all, Erangel. Now, the green fields and the brutal compounds. Now, this map separates the strategic form from the sloppy. So, this is where teamwork is definitely going to be tested. Sorry, this is going to be the Miramar map. Now, this is where the teamwork is about to get tested and rotations are going to get punished and only the cleanest comms will survive. It's the definite OG map, but tonight's fight, it's got new blood, high stakes, and a 100,000 LKR or a 6,500 MDR prize pool on the line. So we can see the plane pathway has already been created all the way from La Cobriere to Creator. So almost all of the teams are heading towards the southern side of the map, I believe, because the northern part seems to be pretty much empty. That we could be able to see some potential fights across around maybe perhaps Picado, Los Leones, and maybe even in San Martin, or maybe even in Monte. So Josh, what do you think?
Yeah, definitely the plain path going straight across the map here. Unfortunately, the southern part of the zone is not going to be accessible by most of the teams here, especially the Patron and Prison Island there. But as you can see, the zone shifting up north. And most of the teams, yet they opt to go towards the southern part. We can see at least about 10 teams in the southern area outside of the zone. They are going to be going to their specific drop locations. But right now, as we can see, inside the zone, especially El Pozo, which is really weird. We can see that El Pozo is cleared, and we can see places like maybe water treatment as well cleared out as well. So we can see Hacienda and power grid as well taken by VEXTLQ here. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting because we can see a lot of rotation will happen from the southern area, and that's going to be a point of concern for most of the teams here. They will have to take rotational fights, as we can see already. VE going up against DEFCON right now, and we can see Massa. Unfortunately, he is going to be one of the last players standing, and I think he has no weapon in his hand yet, and he is scurrying to find a weapon. Look at that Dima. He is going to take the elimination here because Massa, unfortunately, was not there in time to take a weapon here. And we can see that Wolf, however, has picked up an elimination so far. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be Chris here. We can't see Chris in the game right now. Unfortunately, he would have been the dust really early here, but it's now up to the last three taking on here. VE in only with 21 points here right now. We can see OneBlood Esports, and what was that idea there? Unfortunately, Neo hopping out of the car, Bretty shooting the ground. But
Look at the
yeah,
toxicity.
yeah,
Absolute
Neo
toxicity.
Neo doing a stupid play there, unfortunately. But OneBlood, they got the eliminations.
Exactly. They were able to avenge what just happened to Neo. So we can see moving on to Los Leones side, we can see VE Esports over here securing a total of 4 elimination points, and unfortunately at the cost of what? At the cost of Chris being eliminated early on itself. So for now, I feel like Los Leones is somewhat pretty much cleared up. And if we take a closer look at the leaderboard, we can see 1B and the VE stands at the very top, leading with 4 elimination points, and following it up with ANTEIKU with just 1 elimination point. So now we are in the 5th map, guys. Now all of the teams are ready to play it safe and also play it equivalently with a balance of playing it out aggressively as well for elimination points. But then again, it's all a matter of having equal points for your placement as well as your eliminations, ensuring that you can stay ahead of the game. So let's see which team would be able to rise above all of the chaos and secure the 5th chicken dinner. So you can see Akazaya's Itachi sort of overlooking into the KSDB2 was right in front of them, and they're not quite really certain as to where the Akazaya's locations are. Literally looting around, unbothered as to where that they're being spied on by Team AKAZAYA. So it's gonna be a 4v3 situation. Oh no, it's a 4v4 situation. So let's see guys who would be able to make it out alive, Picaro, or will there be any chance of a third party? And here comes B2Rs. I think they are now aware where the AKAZAYAs are. Hesh having a Uzi in his hand, and Thompson. So I feel like he does not have a proper gun that where he could actually spray for mid range. So let's see, guys. We are still down to 18 teams and 68 alive. We're still in stage one for your fifth match of DGN's Master Paid grind. I feel like the B2Rs are sort of going into different other compounds to get more angles as to where the AKAZAYA team could be at. So they're not really certain as to where exactly. They do know that there's a team around, but they're not quite certain as to where their opponents are at. Itachi's still in the same position over there. B2Rs, Panda still in the same position as well. Now none of the teams are actually gonna feels like none of the teams are actually gonna face one another early on itself. They're literally waiting for one wrong movement of their opponents that they can actually get clear advantage over here. And yeah, we can see Maha overlooking into Error. I feel like Error is not quite certain as to where Maha could be at. Not many fights are actually gonna happen as of now, given that we're still in stage one and a map like Miramar, it's quite certain, we won't be able to witness much fights as we did for Erangel and Sandhawk, given that the dimension of the map is quite comparatively larger than the previous maps. So I feel like the B2Rs are somewhat getting closer, a little bit closer to AKAZAYA. Feels like B2Rs might make the first move into a rush. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah. All right, we can see now in Pecado area that yeah, I'm a bit confused, guys, because I am watching the IPL final and it looks like RCB, for those of you cricket heads and y'all are watching this instead of the IPL final, RCB has won the trophy, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like that. But yeah, as we can see now in Pecado area, yeah, AKAZAYA has a 4-man roster, so Itachi has gone over to take a different angle here, and we can see he has a nice angle to witness KSV2R, just see if they are going to be pushing or give some additional information to the players that will take the fight. Actually, Itachi, it looks like he is going to be the point of focus for KSGB2R here. Because we can see already that yeah,
absolutely, yes. So let's see, and the first knock goes by, to Panda by AKAZAYA, and here comes the rush by AKAZAYA. So let's see, and down goes Yamahesh as well. So let's see, last two men standing for B2R. What sort of strategy they're gonna play out? Here comes a rush by AKAZAYA. Ruby looking into another different angle, and here comes Lina Boy, and let's see what sort of action is gonna be played out. He guys see the action, and down goes the Maha, and here comes another rush towards KSB2R's Jin Boy. Unfortunately, he is not able to revive his team member in time, but one of the team members, Panda, was revived in time, and here comes another knock by Jin Boy, and down goes Jin Boy simultaneously. Here still knocked out, and here comes Error into the rush, coming to avenge. Ooh, look at that toxicity by Maha. God damn, and down goes Maha with a Molotov knock. And here comes Error with a couple of nades, and that connects Ruby as well. So last two men standing for AKAZAYA. Let's see what sort of strategy is about to pull off here, guys. And down goes Panda, so last man standing, Error. Let's see, and down goes Error. So with that, team KSGB2R has been eliminated as the third team. So with that, we are down to just 17 teams and 64 remaining, guys. And the AKAZAYAs were able to secure 4 elimination points early on, and with a little bit of toxicity around here and there. I mean, let's just pretend that we have a blind eye towards that. So if you take a closer look at the overall map, we can see a lot of teams are literally huddled to one another right in the middle. Like, what on earth is happening? Everyone is trying to strive towards the mid of the zone or what? Now this is what you call absolute technical example of pure chaos. So ISSLNRCs are literally being sprayed by their opponents over here. Let's see, we got the TLQs right there, but ISSLNRCs are gonna have a sandwich moment of a time here, given that they're right in the middle of two teams. We got the Mafia gang, and we've also got the TLQs right towards the other end of their angle. Right, so let's see. So see, just singular man over here. Let's see what sort of play he's gonna play out here, given that he is easily sandwiched by both of the teams since he is right in the middle as well. And here comes the spray against Satu, and down goes Doom, and Doom being eliminated early on. Right, so let's see, guys, and Luffy goes down as well by Kodine. The previous solo man and Luffy being eliminated simultaneously. And moving on to ANTEIKU, let's see, they have already secured 2 elimination points, and down goes Susti by AKZs. How on earth did the AKZs get in there? Absolute chaos. I was telling you just a few minutes ago that they might get a sandwich moment, and as predicted, guys, so ISSL and NRCs are in definite trouble. And here comes RLXs against the TGRs. Right, so let's take a closer view. We can see AQZ, Mafia gang, and ISSL and NRC huddled onto one another in the same spot. Now, in the map like Miramar, you need to ensure that you get into either compounds or the highest grounds as possible, because you never know. There's going to be a lot of snipers, there's going to be a lot of grenadiers. And moving on to TM7's brawl over here against Sky Forces, Rifa has already been knocked out. And we can see Skyforce's Thomas 7 has already been knocked out as well, and Anish as well. And TGR is going against EQZ head to head, and T4 being knocked out by ISSL and NRC. What on earth is happening here, guys? Teams are literally fighting with one another in stage 2 of the safe zone itself. And we're down to 17 teams, and just like that, Anish has been taken to the Molotov. And Skyforce's Sage has been taken out as well, so that leaves more advantage for TM7s to rush straight into the layer of Skyforce. Let's see, last 2 men standing for Skyforce. Would they be able to stand a chance against TM7s, or would it be the TM7s securing more elimination points by eliminating Skyforce? Here comes an AUG spray by Eddie. Now we know how Eddie was playing very aggressively in the previous matches, and how he was able to give us a one-man show, and how he was able to give us a perfect 1v4 as well. So let's see if they can keep up with the same rapport. Well, down goes Refar by Toma. Here comes RU straight in a rush, and down goes RU as well. What on earth is happening here, guys? You really need to take care of your surroundings. And yeah, so that I has wiped off, so the third party coming right behind their tails. Now the Skyforces are in danger, TM7s are in danger, and with that, S13's pure aim was able to secure a kill that would have been Skyforces. S13's getting into that momentum over here, trying to get a couple of elimination points in that they stay ahead of the leaderboard in terms of their overall ranking. You can see S13's flanking towards the left and flanking towards the right as well to get more angular shots. That's a very clever strategy, to be quite honest. And with just 2 minutes left to close into stage 4 of the circle. Let's see, guys, how Eddie and down goes Eddie. The last man standing is Nitro. Let's see if Nitro is able to play it out safe, or will it be the end for TM7. S13 securing a total of 3 elimination points early on itself. Josh, this is an intense situation. Who do you think might be able to walk away from the chaos over here?
Yeah, definitely. Just watching this fight now, we can see that Mafia Section 13, they have it all figured out here. They know exactly where to be and exactly which moment to strike and get the eliminations. Here we can see that all of them have picked up a kill except for Nigesh. She's searching for one right now. But yeah, we can definitely see that some of Skyforce eliminations that would have been theirs have gone towards Section 13, and that's what they are doing really well. We saw Venom taking an off angle as well, which was a really, really smart play was able to get a knock and a confirmed eliminations just off that rotation alone. But right now we can see the two players remaining in terms of Bojbi and Toma for LF Skyforce. They are still pressured by Nitro here, and look, behind Nitro is going to be a player from Mafia Section 13 here. Venom has his eyes on the final elimination of TM7. Unfortunately, they were in a very bad position most of the time. There we go. Right now, we can see now the other Mafias. They are also in action, but on the wrong side. We can see that Drax, I think, was able to get one knock there. He's unfortunately going to be the last player standing in this scenario, right? So you can see Jimmy going down, and right now Lucifer is going to reply back here. Apex also going down as well, and this is going to be intense fighting happening over here, but it's going to be Shito to take the final elimination for Mafia gang here, and NRC, ISSL, they get eliminated, but the third part is going to come in LF, Swaggy, EQC, or it's going to be Drax actually taking the knockout here. Two of them will cover towards him, and there we go. EQC actually getting eliminated out of the lobby here. You can see now AKAZAYA coming out of Pecado yet again. They are still surviving strong here. 4-man roster still happening, and right now we can see that they are in close proximity with SDMZ Esports, who have taken position in Hacienda. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. White is going to do some beautiful mini 14 shots to take the knockout here. And yeah, they've only joined with a 3-man roster here. So SDMZ Esports, unfortunately, is going to find it very difficult. And if I'm not mistaken, it's not SDMZ Esports. Looking like it's LHC here, who have taken the SDMZ Esports slot. So they have joined 3-man, and they're trying to do something here in the first day of the Div GamerNet Masters paid grind here. As we can see now, TM7 finally, they get eliminated, only was able to secure 3 eliminations so far. And look at this, ladies and gentlemen, look at the leaderboard. EQC, ISSLNRC, TM7 and B2 are potential leaderboard turners or table turners, have been eliminated out of the match right now. And we can see SDMZ Esports, or in this case LHC, one player has been knocked out here from, I think it was LF AKAZAYA that got the knockout, but he is going to get knocked out here right now. Maha unfortunately got prod to a beautiful couple of mini 14 shots, was able to get the knockout here. And the revive has to be imminent here from LF AKAZAYA if they want to keep their advantage. And there we go, the revive is coming out right now, but we can see stage 4 zone about to close in just a minute here. And right now, what do you think, JLo, of the leaderboard, considering that we can see most of the potential table turners out of the match really early?
Absolutely. So, but then again, we need to take note that S13, who is currently leading the overall ranking so far, is still existing. So there could be some potential for them to sort of rule and dominate the 5th map of Miramar as well. But then again, we've got RLX, Skyforce, and currently we've got AKAZAYA at the very top, leading with a total of 6 elimination points. And we've got the VE Esports as well, and we've got ONEBLOOD as well. So it is absolute insane. I mean, I can't really predict as to which team might be able to rise above the chaos for the 5th match. I mean, almost all of the teams are being very aggressive compared to the previous matches. So with just 14 teams remaining, and we can see 1B going against GG's over here. B is heading straight into RLX's layer. Roy in his last HP. Now, would you look at that? Dima and Roy in their last HP. Here comes a rush by RLX's against Vicky. Did he just close the door? Well, he did. Right, so S12K versus S12K, guys. Let's see, would it be the BEs or would it be the RLXs? Here comes a nade. I think he should be able to connect it against Tabs. Well, he did not. Right, here comes another follow-up nade, and down goes Roy by Dima. Right, so let's see, guys. I feel like it's a quick mistake done there. So Dilla being knocked out by Dima, and here comes the run by Tabs, and Tabs goes down as well. The last man standing for RLX. Let's see if Omega is able to keep up with the pace, or would he have enough time to revive his teammate, or else would that be the end for RLX? And I feel like there's a revive happening there, and along that comes the end of SDMZ. So we're down to just 12 teams and 35 remaining, guys. Right, here comes the rush by Omega and straight into the layer of Vicky, and that is the end story for VE Esports. And RLXs were able to secure a total of 4 elimination points. That leads them to be a very potential lead as well. And Team AKAZAYA, who were currently leading on, have been taken away as well. And MAKPEN going straight into 1B's, S13s over here. We got the S13 still alive, so it's gonna be an absolute chaotic situation. Nigesh being knocked out, Pasta being knocked out as well, and Yatino is last person. Spray by Yatino against Rios. Down goes Rios. So let's see, guys. Nigesh, and we do have Nigesh and Venom as well. Here comes Venom, last man standing for S13. Would it be the end for S13? Or would it be a safe play for S13? Let's see. It all depends on Venom right now. And with that, Team Skyforce has been taken away as well. My bad, guys. Here comes Pure Aim still exists as well. It's just a matter of fact that we didn't really notice because two of the team members are quite far away from each other. So we got Venom, we got Pure Aim, and they were able to secure a total of 5 elimination points so far. Now they really need to sort of, secure more elimination points if they really want to stay ahead of the game, and they also need to ensure that they get the right amount of placement points equivalently. So we got the ONEBLOOD playing very aggressively over here against the Mafia gangs, already securing 11 eliminations early on. Are you kidding me, guys? It's still stage 5 and just 30 seconds left for stage 6 to end closing, and we are down to 8 teams and 22 remaining. ONEBLOOD were able to secure another elimination point, and here comes Kavya straight into Russian. Down goes Kavya, guys. So let's see if the other team members are able to avenge the death of, the knock of their friend Kavya. So last man standing for Mafia gang, and the zone is also enclosing in. Obviously, ONEBLOOD is having the upper hand given that they are in the upper grounds over here. And here comes the spray by Bradley, a 1v1 situation, and Bradley was able to secure another elimination point for Team ONEBLOOD. And with that, Mafia gang has been eliminated. Team VIXX has been eliminated as well. We are down to the last 5 teams, which is 13 remaining, guys. The remaining count seems to be lowering second by second. And what on earth was Asia? MAKPENs were doing over there out in the open. So just like that, MAKPEN has also been eliminated, and we're down to the last 4 teams: S13, RLX, 1B, Mavericks. Obviously, ONEBLOOD and Mavericks is having upper advantage here, given that almost 3 of their members are alive. Mavericks is one of their members, however, has been knocked out. Now S13's last man standing as well. ONEBLOOD with all 3 members. RLX's solo man as well. Now, if you look at the winning teams chicken dinner rate, we can see S13 being prediction of 9%, RLX with prediction of 11%, 1B with the prediction of 41%, and Mavericks with 39%. So I feel like, the prediction is more towards Mavericks' end, but let's see. The tables could flip anytime, any moment. So Josh, what do you think? The stakes are quite high. Who do you think would be able to rise above the chaos in the 5th match for the DGN's Master Paid grind?
Yeah, definitely ONEBLOOD would be the team in my eyes that would take the chicken dinner because of their complete domination. You can see Bradley with 6 elimination. He has been with the nades and he has been with the gun so far. He has been on top of his game right now. We can see ONEBLOOD Esports Neo. It's going to find it difficult here. The zone just him to inch a bit towards his right side, but so far so good. Not an issue here. Another net comes out here, but Vicky's he needs to be eliminated. That's what Neo is thinking if he is to continue on right now. And look at this, Neo is in form. However, he's going to really find it difficult because of the zone here. Will he have put the first aid just in time? He has, and there we go. He's going to go out of out of his way to go into the zone, but Neo, he's going to capitalize as fast as possible. That spray was quick. That spray was efficient and it did the trick here. Now MVX is going to be a really tough ask here because OneBlood, they have the form here right now. Neo with 5 eliminations to his name. He is going to try and do something here. We can see AKAZAYA from MVX getting knocked out here, and Omega is going to try and help out OneBlood's cause here. But yeah, it's not going to be that great. MVX, the favor was on their side definitely, but they are being picked apart right now. We can see 2-man roster now alive for Mavericks, and just one from RLX here, facing up against the might of OneBlood, which is right now. Bradley is going to take a small rotation towards his right hand side, and he's going to try and get Omega from this side. And look at that, what a play here, beautiful play here by Bradley, and he gets the elimination of RLX Omega. He's going to put a first aid as quick as possible, but I think he gets knocked out to the zone. It's quite unfortunate. The momentum guy for OneBlood, and now it's down to the last player standing, OneBlood Rush. He has 2 eliminations to his name, but right now it's going to be a 1v2 scenario for OneBlood Rush here to confirm the chicken dinner after completely dominating performance by his team. Unfortunately, Bradley giving his kill to the zone. It's really unfortunate here, but now it's up to Rush to fend for himself. The final play here, will it be Mavericks who overpower Rush, or will it be Rush's high ground advantage that takes it all here in this fifth match? The stakes could not have been higher. OneBlood Esports, they've had really difficult games until now. They have decided we are going to come out in this match and dominate to the best of our abilities. And look at that. Coming, ladies and gentlemen, Rush has a job to do. He sprays, he's not able to connect. Will Mavericks be able to take that advantage here? Rush has the high ground, so he has all to play for here. Mavericks have to think about what they have to do. They are using the smoke right now as cover. Rush is clearing off the left-hand side, but look at that, Jana. He is aiming correctly, but the ridge is working in his favor. There we go, Rush takes the first knockout here. Now it's Husky against Rush. Will Rush be able to do it for OneBlood? No, Mavericks take the chicken dinner. OneBlood Rush, just too much for him to handle there. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Mavericks taking the winner chicken dinner in Miramar. The 5th match here in the Gamernet Master Paid Grind. Have we not been entertained, guys?
Right, so that was an amazing 1v1 played out by Mavericks. Is of course, I mean, definitely OneBlood did have the advantage over there, but then again, Mavericks were able to outsmart, I would say. So well done, Mavericks is well deserved. Let's move on to the winning team stats. I mean, obviously, in a map like Miramar, you need to play it safe, also ensuring that you get the correct amount of elimination points and the correct amount of placement points as well. So we can see Vicky and Nasia were not able to secure any elimination points. However, Hasi and Jana were able to secure 3 elimination points each. That led them to secure a total of 6 elimination points so far. And moving on to match summary, we can see 2 eliminations, 81 knockouts, 11,102 total healings, 4 grenade eliminations, and 40 assists with just 1 vehicle elimination. So far, the best match summary. Right, so moving on to your head-to-head comparison between 1B and the Mavericks. In terms of damage, of course, 1Bs have the upper hand with a total of 2,717 damage, 14 knocks, 17 eliminations. That leads them to have a total of 23 points, and 16 points for Mavericks. Now, would you look at that? 17 eliminations in one map. Amazing. They were literally being very aggressive. Well done. Right, so let's move on to the next stat. So here you have it, guys. Your MVP for match 5, we got OneBlood Esports 1B Neo with a total of 6 eliminations, 932 damage, 3 assists, 5 knocks, and 569 heals. Well done, MVP for match 5, 1B Neo. Right, so moving on to your top players for match 5, we've got first up Neo with a total of 6 eliminations, Bradley with 7 eliminations, Omega with 4 eliminations, Dima with 4 eliminations, and Hasi with 3 eliminations. So there you have it, guys, your top players for DG and Master Paid Grind with Neo, Bradley, whoops, that just escalated quite fast. So moving on to your match rankings, we got OneBlood at the very top with a total of 23 points, Mavericks with a total of 16 points, RLX with 11, MAKPEN with 10, S13 with 9, AKAZAYA with 7, VE Esports with 6, VictoryX with 5, MAFIA Game with 4, TM7 with 3, ISSNRC and ANTEIKU and SDMZ with 2, TGR, DEFCON, Skyforce and AQZ with 1.8, KSGB to our Mafia Gang GG. Unfortunately, did not have the luck in their hands this time around. But then again, we do have one more map left. So Josh will do the honors of reviewing the overall standings. Over to you, Josh.
Thank you, JLo. Right, so we can see S13 still on top here after match number 5 here, and just a couple of points below here, RLX with 55 points, EQC with 51, NRC, ISSL with 43, Sky with 40, AKAZAYA with 33, Mavericks, OneBlood, and TM7 competing at 31 points, VictoryX with 30, MAKPEN with 28, B2R with 28 as well, Mafia and VE with 27 points, 2D Rebound with 24, DEFCON with 22, TGR with 19, ANTEIKU with 14, VIP with 14 as well, and SDMZ reeling at the bottom with 9 points. That's going to be the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. It hasn't gotten more competitive than this. So far, we can see S13 still on top here. Mafia Rio from S13 has taken 11 eliminations, Stabs with 12, Pure Aim with 12, Omega now joining in with 10 eliminations, and Lucifer with 10 eliminations as well. So the overall top players to watch out for in the coming final match of day number 1. It's going to be these 5 at the top of the list here in the Dev Gamernet Master Paid Grind. We have one more match for the day 1 coming to a close here. One more match just to close everything off here. Sanhok and Erangel, the first 2 taken by S13 in a back-to-back domination. EQC taking the 3rd Mirama match. ISSLNRC coming back in the 4th match. Erangel, MVX by some miracle got that winner chicken dinner. It was in their favor, but OneBlood we thought would definitely take the momentum and take the chicken dinner, but MVX came back strong here. The final match, ladies and gentlemen, of day number 1. I have been entertained, and I'm pretty sure JLo will agree with me. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining us right now, make sure to leave a like, subscribe to this channel, and note down your thoughts in the live chat here. What do you think, guys? Will we see S13 come out on top, or will we see domination by the second RLX? Will they be able to come out on top and finish day 1 on a high? All to find out in the next match. Erangel is going to be the final match of today. 6 matches completed. This Dev Gamernet Masters Paid Grind. We'll take a short break, get the players set, and we'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now down to the final match here, match number 6. It's going to be a wrangle, ladies and gentlemen. We have witnessed some intense battles so far. We saw back-to-back chicken dinners. We saw amazing end zone fights. Everything has happened here, ladies and gentlemen, and it's just the first day of this deep Game and Net Master paid grind. So if you are joining us for the first time tonight, don't worry, guys. We have another 2 days for you. It's just the first day that we are witnessing right now, and we are going to just start off the final match of today, and it's going to be a wrangle. So a lot on the line here. Will we see S13 keep the #1 position, or will we see RLX overtake S13 and take the #1 position from them as well? So now all the teams will look to finish on a high here. They definitely do not want to take this match lightly. Of course, it's going to be the last match of the day. Everyone is going to be tired from playing 6 matches back to back. But this is the thing, right? So we have to understand that every match in the middle phase counts as well. The amount of points you get from this match will definitely pay off when it comes to the final few matches that you play. And definitely you don't want to leave or pressurize the final few matches that you all play. So this final match that we are witnessing right now will definitely be a really important one. Now the playing path is going from Georgia Pool all the way over to military base, splitting Novo and military base in two. We can see the first zone presenting itself with it going towards the eastern side and a bit southern. So the southern island is going to be in play here, military base and Nova. We will see some drop clashing here, but we can see, as opposed to the previous wrangle matches, most of the teams have opted to go to a drop location that is in the zone. Of course, this plane path will support the zone as well, definitely supporting the southern island. So many of the teams will opt to go towards that area as well. And we can see that the middle of the zone as well has been occupied by people. So we might not see as much rotations as we would normally expect. But right now, straight away, we can see Mafia gang, and I think this is ONEBLOOD, yeah, ONEBLOOD over in the military base area. Unfortunately, the domination in Miramar was not carried towards this final wrangle match. So they will find themselves back in the lobby really, really early on here, which is quite unfortunate considering that they should have carried that momentum forward from the previous match here. But right now, the Milta drop clashes are as usual. As follows, DEFCON versus Mavericks is going to be one of them. And we have another team behind them as well. It's going to be ANTEIKU, who is going to look to take the fight against these teams here. But right now, so far, it's going to be Wolf confirming the first elimination, and he is going to be knocked out here. Prince is going to take revive, and Asya is going to take the first action towards all right, we can see that Mavericks, I think they have lost a player here. It looks like, yeah, they have lost a player. So it's going to be a bit difficult for Mavericks to really, take control of this fight, considering that they have lost to really, really early here. Vimu is going to, take... Vimu is going to try and take a rotation here. Try and take a rotation, but it doesn't look like it's going to work out so far, because AT is right there on his trail here. We can see he has taken a rotation in towards Milta, not taken a rotation out towards it. But yeah, we can see that Mafia Section 13 have come towards the Nova side, and Rio is going to take first elimination for the team here. So of course it's going to be against SDMZ. In this case, LHC fighting up against it right now. White is going to get knocked out here, and I feel it is going to be down to the last player standing. Was from LHC is not going to be a very likable position, because he is from this last player standing right now. We can see Pure Aim with the vehicle right now in Novo side, coming for the rush right now. Duarte, the DB, is going to do some damage here. Quick peeking over. The jet peek is going to come in handy. Not really. He's going to go in towards the house. The DBS shot really connect. He's going to get some damage out of here behind him. He gets a shot off, but Mafia Section 13 complete the fight here. 1v2s to, I think it was Rio there, was able to get a 1v2, and another player was able to get a 1v2 as well. But yeah, Section 13 looking to finish day one on a high. So yeah, we're going over towards military base area, and let's introduce Jailer. What do you think of the final match? What do you think is going to be most important for all of these teams that are playing right now?
Well, after all, this is the last final map that they will be playing out for today's DGN's master page, Brian, and they need to ensure that both placement as well as elimination points are something that they really need to overlook something quite a lot, given that that's something that I've always emphasized on. But now, since they are in the final map, the final match for the day, they really need to look into those two factors most primarily. So we can see Mafia gangs, just two members alive here. Meanwhile, they have engaged an early fight with the Sky Forces, and almost all of their members are still alive. That gives them more advantage than Mafia gang. So let's see if we see a 2v4 situation. Ooh, what a beautiful name by Cyrex. And down goes it, and here comes Dispute and Anuj as well, and down goes Borgyu. But unfortunately, that was no match for Toma. So with that, he was able to revive his team members in time. Like, look at that. Literally everyone's health HP was not even a quarter. Right, so moving on to ANTEIKU, we can see they are actively engaging a fight once again with the Mavericks at Milta. And we can see SDMZ, Mafia Gang 1B have been eliminated early on itself. 1B, however, I expected them to dominate early on itself. Vehicle eliminations are being run over here and there. And we're down to 17 teams, which is 59 alive. If you take a look at the leaderboard, we can see at the very top stands S13 one more time with 4 eliminations. We will see if they're able to keep up the state momentum and rise above the overall standing. And the VE ISSLNRCs are literally dominating right now. We can see they've already secured 2 elimination points early on. And let's see how they're about to play out here, guys. And ISSL is going against the GGs one more time. Knock after knock and elimination after elimination, securing a total of 3 elimination points so far. We can see GG's 2D Reborns over here, and the last man standing, Tim. I feel like he's trying to play safe, not trying to take some early fights early on. And the ANTEIKU is just 2 men standing over here. 2 manpower could be that D as well. You'll never know from which corner, which duo could rush you anytime. So I feel like they are sort of going straight into the DEFCON layer. The DEFCONs are having just 3 manpower over there. And we got the Mavericks as well, and down goes one hitter. And so let's see what if Kodine is able to revive his member in time before the rush could have been bought by either the Mavericks or the DEFCON themselves. So here comes a revive. Now do drop your early predictions, guys. Let us know which team you believe might be able to walk away with the last chicken dinner. Right, so we can see DEFCON seems to be not rushing in for a quick fight anytime soon. It feels like they're sort of holding on to Milta for some time. However, ANTEIKU, regardless of the fact that there's just 2 men alive, I feel like they really want to take the fight early on. That confidence is something that we all need to build up. So we can see a flank coming by DEFCONs over here. Massa, right? Yeah, Massa coming straight into the ANTEIKU's layer, following it up with his friend Wolf as well. Here comes a couple of nades, but let's see if the nades are able to connect to either of the members. Right. So I don't think the DEFCONs are really aware to where the ANTEIKU members are. However, one Hida is in his last quarter of HP as well, meaning some of the damage was actually did connect to one Hida. So let's see, guys, who would be able to walk away freely from Milta. But if you take a closer view, we can see another team is actually approaching Milta. Let's see if they are going to actively involve in the fight as third party, which is EQZ, or will they be moving into safer locations? Here comes a couple of sprays by Coraline. He's connecting. Oh, almost his last HP, guys. Amazing. So here comes a rush towards one Hader as well, and down goes Who. Here comes another rush, and down goes one Hader, and the last man standing for I'm being able to take another knock, and with that, down goes Team DEFCONs. What a perfectly executed 1v2 by Coraline. So with that, Team DEFCON has been eliminated, and we are down to 16 teams and 53 alive. And but look at that, EQZs are coming right behind the tails of ANTEIKU. So this is not the end fight for ANTEIKUs. Unfortunately, they lost. Amazing. So here comes a rush towards one Hader as well, and down goes Who. Here comes another rush, and down goes one Hader, and the last man standing for I'm being able to from ANTEIKU. Right, so Coraline overlooking into EQZs over here. Quite aware that there's another team lurking around. You can see EQZs sort of taking into position so that they can actually sort of ambush any potential threats that could come across them. It's still stagnant with 16 teams, however, and just 53 remaining. So let's see, guys, who would be able to walk away with that 100,000 LKR prize pool. Also, it could be 6,500 Maldivian MBRs. So yep, let's see. Feels like EQZs are not trying to go into an early fight early on itself. So Josh, what do you think would be happening in the stakes of Erangel, the last map for the DGN's Master Pay grind?
Yeah, as we can see straight away on the leaderboard, as we can see on the right hand side, the first couple of teams 1 through 7, they are still surviving here. So it's going to be very, very important that all of these teams finish on a high, because these teams will look to enhance the competition tomorrow as well when we see the next set of matches played here. But so far right now, Mavericks doing really well as well at the 7th position. They will be able to definitely go up on the leaderboard, maybe take a 5th, even a 6th position here, and keep the dominant teams like AKAZAYA, ONEBLOOD, TM7 below them. Is going to be really important here for Mavericks as well. But so far, the teams above them, they will look to dominate, and these are the type of teams, ladies and gentlemen, AKAZAYA, Sky, ISSLNRC, EQC, RLX, S30, they're all the type of teams that can choose when they want to dominate here. They can be like, okay, we are going to play as aggressive as possible, and they can come out with maybe a 30-point chicken dinner whenever they want. So that's definitely going to be something that they will look to try and, do here. Something that they will not want to do as well. They will just want to play as safe as possible, because there's always the risk of being eliminated really early, which no team want at this stage. Right now we can see TM7 trying to play as safe as possible. We can see the top 6, ladies and gentlemen, they all still have their full roster, so no early fights taken by any of these teams. So playing really smart here. Stage 3 about to go down here in less than 2 minutes. It's it's going to be really interesting to see what these teams have up their sleeve. Now, right now, MAKPEN, talking about this team, looking towards both of these teams, KSG, B2R, and TM7. B2R not having the best first day to start off with here. They are currently at the 13th position. Having a view on RLX Sana making a rotation or trying to scout and see which position is going to be safest for them inside the zone here. But yeah, talking about MAKPEN, they are not, they are definitely in a really nice position as well. In terms of the zone here, we saw Onkel taking a beautiful spray there to get a knock of Hesh. Now, KSG B2 are just below MAKPEN. They will definitely try and finish this final match here at on a high note, which will be really important going into the second day. There we go, Luffy from TGR taking down Mafia Venom. And right now, Nigesh will have to be the person to take the revive here. Right now, Nigesh has been quiet throughout this first day. He will definitely look to find himself on the top place list going on to the second day. That will definitely give him the confidence boost that he needs. But right now, look at this, ladies and gentlemen, about 4 teams in this specific location here. We're just seeing now VE Esports. They are coming into play on this side as well. As you can see there, we can see now MAKPEN. They are going to be in a fight with RLX. There we go, Omega. He is going to be one of the famous stands here right now, getting caught on the Molotov tabs now. He's also going to be one of the players standing for RLX. And look at that, Omega getting down, and there it's going to be Swaggy with the third party towards MAKPEN and RLX that will take the elimination there. Now, EQC ruining RLX's chances of making it to the first position in the overall standings currently, ruining their chances. Jayla, what do you think? How important do you think it was for RLX to finish this day off on a high, as opposed to them not being able to do so anymore?
I think almost all of the teams are struggling here to somehow stay ahead of the game, and I feel like RLX is also doing the same. So I mean, the stakes are definitely high, and as we speak, there you go, guys. Augie was eliminated by a beautifully executed nade by one of the KSGB towards members, and meanwhile, look at that. We've got ISSL, we got V2Rs, we got MAKPENs all huddled to one another, and this is absolute chaos. Every possible utility is being thrown, nades are being thrown, molotovs are being thrown, and so we got MAKPEN's last 2 men standing here. Unfortunately, the nade did, I mean, his own nade kind of did struck onto him, and Tampa is on fire, literally on fire, and yet Tino is on fire as well, and down goes Mac. What the hell was that? Josh, did you just see that? Out of nowhere, EQZs were able to get the last elimination point from MAKPEN, and we can see Swaggy EQZ has been knocked out. So this is absolute chaos, guys. 12 teams remaining, and we will be hitting it to the stage 5 in about a minute and a half left. So let's see, guys. If you take a closer look at the leaderboard, we can see at the very top stands Skyforce with 5 elimination points, following it up with obviously S13s, AT with 4 elimination points, and ISSLNRC with 3 points. So RLXs were definitely not able to keep up with the same momentum today, but they usually do show up. They usually do show a really great show when it comes to at times when they're really motivated, but maybe they felt like they really needed to take a time off or something, and hence we were able to see some rousing moments from RLX today early on itself. But then again, they did give us a good gameplay. So as we speak, guys, AKAZAYA is going against the EQZs over here, and yeah, let's see. So they were not able to secure any elimination points. However, did see a lot of the knocks being played out back and forth, but not being able to secure any eliminations. So S13 is going against the AQZs as we speak. Here comes a rush by S13's Venom in a hovercraft. Oh my god, I hate hovercrafts. You can literally hear that thing miles away. So here comes a rush by the forced straight into Hypo's Tango stage as well by a landing DBS shot by Vicky. And with that, guys, Team Sky Force has been eliminated. So we're down to just 10 teams and 32 remaining. But mind you, KGRs are also hitting right off the bat straight into the enemy's layer without wasting much time. So ISSL and Narcis dominating the fields of Erangel as well with a total of 5 elimination points. And we can see S13s coming up one more time ahead of the leaderboard with a total of 6 elimination points. So we can see it is an absolute sandwich moment. We've got TM7s, we've got ISSL and Narcis, and we got Mafia Gang on 3 sides. It's like a triangular position, to be honest. So we can see the Mavericks are right behind their tail as well. S13 simultaneously towards their left end as well. And down goes Mini by Netro. Let's see if they'll have enough time to revive their member, or else it will be the end for Mini. Down goes VE's member, and down goes Clumsy by Zima. What on earth is happening over here? TGRs versus the VEs. Let's see who's able to walk out of the chaos, guys. And Vicky with a beautifully executed nade against Clumsy. And Roy has been knocked out. The last two men, Chris and Vicky, are up to save the day, or would that be the end for them? Right, so let's see, guys. Last man standing will be Chris, who's rushing straight into the TGR's layer. Luffy, and down goes Chris, guys. So it was a DBS situation, but unfortunately Luffy wins the upper hand. So with that, Team VE has been eliminated, and we are down to just 9 teams and 26 remaining. So Mini has not been revived yet, and here comes the rush by the TM7s. Now this would have been a perfect opportunity for Mafia Gang to rush in. Ooh, would you look at that confidence by Eddie? Beautiful, wasn't it, Josh?
That was more funnier, man. That was so funny.
I mean, he gave me this sort of like a heroine sort of a approach. He just jumped out of nowhere from the smoke and just one shot. Eddie, absolute chaos. Right, so we just got ISSL still existing here with just 2 members alive, and we got KSGB towards with 3 members. Right around the corner comes TGRs as well. I feel like they might have a clash against the B2Rs. And we also got the TN7. The absolute chaos in front of us. Did you look at that circus? Now we are heading straight into the very critical now. You need to ensure that you get into the zone before the zone hits you. And down goes Jade by Love Spray by H. And he is able to confirm the knock as well. He's able to 4 eliminations for Team KSGB. And down comes another knock against the TLQ's Sham. Alright, so this is absolute chaos, guys. We're still stuck in with 9 teams and 22 remaining. Lucifer sort of overlooking into any potential mistake. You can see S13 dominating here with 7 eliminations so far, and with that, guys, Team Mavericks has been eliminated. So we're down to 8 teams. Nigesh Venom being knocked out, and Rio's last man standing, and down goes Rio's as well. So the S13s were not able to keep up with the same momentum that they had previously. And with that, guys, AKAZAYA should be able to climb up the ladder with just a point behind S13s. They were able to secure a total of 6 elimination points so far. Towards the end, I feel like Josh, AKAZAYA have planned to play more aggressively than hitting just for placement points. What do you think about this strategy?
Yeah, I think it's really important when it comes to this scenario. You have survived so far. Now all you can do is literally just pick apart the kills, because placement is guaranteed in this point in time. All you have to do is just it's just a matter of picking up as many elimination points as you can, because it's not gonna be more about the survival. You can't really depend on just the points that you get, because right now there can be so many solos, so many duos, so many individual players that are carrying the team. So what all these teams will have to do is just pick apart any enemy that they see right now, and that's going to be really difficult with the use of utility. As you can see, the smoke's being used, but right now Eddie is trying to push into this house here. Unfortunately, we see a beautiful pump shot from the And there we go, Lucifer getting knocked out here, but the reply back is going to come from Doom, and what a beautiful clutch from Doom there. 1v2 scenario to eliminate TM7, and there we go, another player coming in through the battle. Right now, it looks like Doom has to heal up. He's going to do that, but yeah, just absolutely clutch plays here by Doom. And straight away, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the amount of teams is going to drop down to 4. It's going to be Doom. He's going to try and eliminate this last play here from ANTEIKU here, and I think he will be able to do that. And no, Cody survives, and he's going to jump straight into Doom, and he's going to eliminate Doom. So absolute chaos here happening from every single side right now. ANTEIKU getting the elimination of Doom, E2STM7 getting eliminated by Doom, and yeah, this is really unfortunate. NRC missing out on some more placement and some more eliminations here, but right now it's going to be KSGB2R, AKAZAYA, and ANTEIKU to finish off the 6th and final match of day 1 of the DEFCON Master Paid Grind here. It's going to be a massive prize pool. These teams are playing for 100,000 LKR and 6,500 MBR for the Maldivians in this paid grind here. As you can see, Panda taking the high ground. He's going to have the most advantage in this situation, but it doesn't look like he has zone, and the advantage has gone straight out the window. Mahu in this case has taken the knock here, and the elimination will come. Mahu 69 taking the elimination, and there we go. 80 Coded has been eliminated. Hesh and Error going to be the last two standing from KSGB2R. It's going to be them up against the likes of LF AKAZAYA, and LF AKAZAYA, ladies and gentlemen, I know them. They are very dominating when it comes to end zone performances, and it looks like we can see the strategy implemented so far right now. He's going to go into the buggy, and unfortunately he's going to get stuck behind the rock. So the elimination, there we go. Ruby is actually going to take the elimination in this case. He's going to take the DBS shot right now. The grenade damage is just, but it's going to be LF AKAZAYA really easily taking the winner chicken dinner with their dominating performance in the final zone. They came in from the north. They did not know what was happening, but somehow they have managed to collect as much info as they possibly can, work around what was happening, and they were able to confirm the winner chicken dinner against B2R, who was struggling. They were able to confirm the second place. What a performance so far from all of these teams. What a performance, what comeback from LF AKAZAYA.
Right, amazing gameplay for the last map, of course. So Akazaz were able to rise above the chaos that was happening in farm area, especially in Erangel. Given that a map like Erangel is a definite must for any team to play out to its absolute perfection. So let's give it up one more time for your winner chicken dinner from match 6, Team LF Akazaya. Right, so moving on to the next stat of your winning team. Right, so your winning team stats, guys, here we have it. Itachi with a total of 5 eliminations, Dani with a total of 4 eliminations, Mahu with a total of 1 elimination, and Ruby with a total of 2 eliminations. So there you have it, guys, winning team stats, Akazayas. Let's give it up for Itachi, Dani, Mahu, and Ruby. Well done and well played, guys. Moving on to the next stat, of course, we got the match summary of 73 eliminations, 84 knockouts, 8,744 total healings, 9 grenade eliminations, 51 assists, and 0 vehicle eliminations. Somewhat average compared to the previous matches that were played out. Moving on to the next stat. Right, so we've got a head-to-head comparison in between Akazayas and B2Rs. So in terms of damage, of course, B2Rs holds the upper hand with a total of 2,211 damage points. In terms of knocks, 11 for B2R and 6 for Akazayas. In terms of eliminations, however, there's a gap of exactly 6 points. So Akazaya having 12, leading with 12, and B2Rs with 6. So total points favoring to AKAZAYAs with a total of 22 points, and B2Rs with a total of 12 points. So there you have it, guys. Your head-to-head comparison between AKAZAYAs and Team B2R. Moving on to your most valuable player, let's give it up one more time for KSG B2R's KSG Scout B2R with a total of 5 eliminations, 1308 damage, 0 assists, 8 knocks, and 515 healings. Well done and well played, KSG Scouts B2R. Right, so let's move on to the next stat. Your top players for match 6 at the very top stands KSG Scout B2R with 5 eliminations, Itachi with 5, Vicky with 3, and Rios with 4, and Dani with 4. So well done, guys. Let's give it up one more time for our top players of match 6. Scout, Itachi, Vicky, Rios, and Dani. Well played and well deserved, guys. Now moving on to the match rankings of match 6. At the very top stands AKAZAYAs with a total of 22 points, KSGB2R with 12, ISSLNRC with 11, ANTEIKU with 10, TGRs with 9, Section 13 with 8, MAKPEN, Skyforce, and VE Sports with 5, CM7 with 4, DEFCON, and Mafia Gang and EQZs with 3 each. Mafia Gang, Victory X with 2 each. RLX with 1 point each. Mavericks, ONEBLOOD, 2Ds, and SDMZs were unfortunately not able to score any points. So Josh will do the honors of reviewing the overall standings with you. Josh, over to you.
Thank you. We have 71 points, S13 with 6 matches played so far, 2 chicken dinners. And yeah, they end themselves match 6 of the first day at the first place position there. And that's going to be really important, ladies and gentlemen. Going into the second day, the team that finishes first will have the confidence. And that's going to go to S13 here. RLX not lacking that far behind with 56 points. AKAZAYA with the chicken dinner to their name jump all the way up to third position with 55 points. ISSL, NRC, and EQC lingering together. Same performances throughout here. Actually, the same stat line as we can see here for ISSL, NRC, and EQC. So really interesting to see what they will be doing. They both will have the same confidence going into the second day. Skyforce with 45, B2R with 40, TM7 with 35, MAKPEN with 33. VX was in the top 2 when we started this off, but they have gone back to the 10th position right now. So they will look to come back in the next day. VE, they end at 11th position, 32 points. Mavericks with 31, ONEBLOOD with 31 as well. Mafia with 30, TGR with 28, DEFCON with 25, AT and 2D Reborn with 24 each, VIP with 16, and SDMZ still lingering at 9 points so far. Right, so these are the overall standings for the 6 matches so far. The top players, Mafia Rio is going to remain on top going into the second day. KSG Scout B2R with 15 eliminations. He is done absolutely amazing to come to the overall top place. VE ISSL Lucifer with 12 elimination tabs, going down the leaderboard a bit, but he is still there nonetheless with 12 eliminations. And Pure Aim to cap things off of the overall top place. DGN, Master Paid Grind. These are the players we'll have to watch out for tomorrow as well. Right, so
Right.
far, sorry, JLo, over to you.
Yep, thank you, Josh. So you can see match 1, match 2 being devoured by S13, and match 3 being conquered by EQZs, match 4 being dominated by ISSL and NRCs, and match 5 being dominated by MAVERICKS, and match 6 a full-on table turnover by the AKAZAYA. So there you have it, guys, your today's matches review so far. And Josh, so much of surprises have happened so far. I'm quite excited to see how day 2 would be like. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. Now we saw LF AKAZAYA, the Maldivian team, coming into play. So maybe we'll see day 2 domination by the Maldivians here. Of course, we have so much talent coming in from both of these countries. So it's definitely going to be going to be really interesting to see what day two has in store for us. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed the deep game and net master paid grind. The first 6 matches have been completed. This is a 3-day event. We have 18 matches lined up for you. 6 have been completed. Another 12 is to come your way across the next 2 days. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure casting this first day with you. I'm Josh, and my partner JLo. She has been absolutely entertained. I have been as well. But ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have for you tonight. We'll definitely see some action tomorrow as well. But for now, it's good night from us. We'll see you guys tomorrow.